It should be okay now, Marnie. It seems to be working.
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay.
I
good.
see it, yeah.
All right, thank you. Hey, good morning, Jeff.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, John. Kimo, good morning.
Morning.
When Michael Law comes on, should we tell him that we got cold overnight, got down to like 60s or something?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll really appreciate that.
But we had to bust out the long jammies.
That's right. As a full-fledged New Englander, I send pictures every snowstorm of beach and palm trees back to my family, just to rub it in.
I know. They cannot contemplate why we break out our sweaters in 60-degree weather.
That's right.
It was 57 over here in Waipahu.
Oh, that's pretty rare that it gets into the 50s.
YPO, yeah, 57.
Even at nighttime, is that pretty standard to be in the 60s?
No,
You don't dip to the 40s ever, or 30s?
never the 40s. I guess the high 50s is the most I've seen. I guess unless you're on the mountaintops and stuff, you know, or Mauna Kea and all that, but there's snow, but
Right.
not in the urban areas. I'm trying to line up a court reporter for Monday. Sent in an inquiry, but no reply yet. I'll keep working on that. And Donna, we needed to get some info for Donna as to whether anybody wants copies of the transcripts and stuff. It's
The board will.
okay.
Excuse me, I didn't hear that.
The board of water supply will request a transcript.
Okay. Okay, who do I send the transcript to?
You can send it to me.
Okay. Hard copy.
I'm okay with electronic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Donna, we're gonna order one. I'm not gonna order it now, but you'll hear from somebody. If you could give us your contact information or send an invoice to me.
Okay.
For that, because we have to have a specific person order it with the authority to just pay you.
Okay.
And I don't want to get stuck with your bill.
All right. Who gets the transcript?
You can send it to me.
Okay, and you want hard copy or electronic?
Electronic's fine.
Okay.
Are you do full size and a mini?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want ASCII also? ASCII and PDF? I'll send both.
Yeah. Yes, please. Thank you.
Same
For
to
the
you,
board.
Ms. Gannon.
Yeah, for the board as well.
Okay.
Yes, please, thanks.
Okay.
Did you all give thought to the question yesterday about that EPA document? As to how much of it we put into the record?
We did, and it depends if the Navy's making a motion to that effect, we will respond.
Okay, John.
Yes, yes, we're going to move to put it in, and it's not an EPA document. It's a statement of work. Just to characterize it, it's an additional document characterizing the next phase for the work to be done under destructive testing under the AOC.
Okay, actually, probably, I would think you'd want to just put this on the record when we get on the record, but
Sure.
I'm thinking we're still waiting for people to check in, right? We don't have Karen. Are we missing anybody else that needs to be here?
Karen's joining now, and then we have Arnie. So as soon as Karen joins, the Navy will be ready to go.
Okay.
Mike Law may join. He's probably shoveling his driveway.
No, he said he's working out of home, so he shouldn't have to do that, right? Unless he needs to make room for the food delivery.
That's right, Uber Eats.
I'm sorry, but who should the bill go for the Board of Water Supply?
Ms. Gannon.
Yeah, you can send that to me.
Oh, okay.
And Donna,
Yep.
if you need addresses, you can just check in with me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, actually, I need addresses for the Navy councils. I didn't know which addresses you guys want and stuff.
We'll send you the updated address for us.
Okay.
With that in your report.
Well, the technology has been actually pretty kind to us. We haven't had too many real problems, a few small ones.
Surprisingly good. We were more concerned going into it that we would have problems. So
Yeah. I converted to hardwire because it just was doing so much Zoom. Just trying to do Wi-Fi was just far worse. So
yeah, we did the same thing.
The only thing that's thrown me is when you do the share screen, you don't realize how many windows you might have open on your desktop. Have the window open and you do the share screen, it brings them all up and creates kind of a mosaic. So I've struggled with that. So next time is close everything on your desktop except what you want to show.
So a helpful hint. You can, when you do the share screen thing, there's options. And so you can share just, say, for example, PDF. And so it won't show your whole desktop, I believe. I don't think you're seeing my desktop. You're seeing the one document, the one PDF document that I have open.
I'm going to practice that real quick. Share. So I'm sorry, Chemo. So share screen. I see at the bottom it says share.
Yeah, share screen. You
That's
open that,
yeah, yeah.
and then there's
okay.
a bunch of options. Instead of pushing desktop, you push. It has apps. So if it's a Word document or a PowerPoint, you just press. So I press PDF. I try to only have one PDF document open at a time. Although you guys do the fancy PDF with the tabs, which would allow you to just click on that.
Yeah, I don't find it on my options
Yeah.
thing.
I don't see it either.
Seriously?
Yeah, I have a tab at the top that says advanced and then files. So I have basic, advanced, and files when I do share screen.
So when you don't see something that says desktop one, whiteboard, Safari, well, or whatever, Google,
No,
Mail, you don't really?
No.
Huh.
maybe because we haven't updated our Zoom or something.
That's why you've looked so efficient, Chemo.
All right. Good morning, Karen. We're just teasing folks. We were waiting for Michael Law because we were going to tease him about it getting so cold here. We had to bust out our long jammies. I think, do we need to wait for Michael Law?
No, we don't need to wait for Mike. Karen is having some technical difficulties, though.
Okay.
Just
It's okay. We can go ahead and move forward. I have a workaround. So
Yeah, the image is it's like we're seeing a double screen or something. Oh, that's good.
just the
Thank you.
sun. Yep.
Oh. Okay. Shall we I gather people are ready to begin. All right, let's go on the record and may we have appearances for the record, please.
Hi, good morning. For the Navy, it's John McKay with the Office of General Counsel, and I'm joined by Ms. Karen Minot and Marnie Riddle with the Naval Litigation Office. We have our experts from AECOM Environmental listening, and we anticipate that Mr. Mike Law, also with the Office of the General Counsel, will join us at some point.
All right, thank you. And for the Board of Water Supply.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Chang. This is Ella Foley-Gannon from the law firm of Morgan, Lewis & Bacchius. With me are my two colleagues, David Brown and Uge Momon from Morgan Lewis. I also have Jeff Lau from the City and County of Honolulu. And our three witnesses who will be appearing today, Erwin Tuata from the board, Nicole DeNovio from Golder, and David Norfleet from DNVBO.
Okay, good. Thank you. And Sierra Club?
Aloha, David Franco for the Sierra Club.
Okay, and the Environmental Health.
Morning,
Office.
Deputy Attorney General James Page for EHA, along with client reps Lene Ichinotsubo, Waxing Kwan, and Phoenix Grange.
All right, very good. Thank you. Let's address procedural matters. The Navy wants to make a motion with regard to the document that we were discussing yesterday. Did we lose?
Oh, you did. I'm back. Sorry. Yes, I believe in all candor, we're going to offer the exhibit as, I don't want to say rebuttal, but, potentially rebuttal testimony or in rebuttal to Dr. Norfleet's conclusions concerning his opinions. And it is a public record under the AOC, which has been, many of the documents from the AOC up to this point in time have been admitted into the record already. This was, finally approved or at least posted on the EPA and the DOH's Red Hill website in late December of 2020. It was not available when the Navy's initial deadline to submit exhibits under the scheduling order had passed.
All right. Any comments from parties?
Yes, the board objects to this submittal of this document for the reason that you will recall, Hearing Officer Chang, that we had requested some additional documents that were relied upon by the Navy's witnesses after we got their testimony. When we reviewed the Mr. Jamin and Mr. Pantheon's written testimonies, they had referenced a draft work plan related to section 5.4 of the AOC, which was at that time dated as November 16, 2020. When we asked for documents, apparently, we asked for those documents after we got the testimony. And we got a response from the Navy saying that we couldn't have it because it was a draft. And we now find out that this document was finalized on December 4th. We asked for it on December 10th. So when we actually asked for it, it was already a final document. I think you'll recall, Hearing Officer Chang, we had arguments on December 30th about these documents at that hearing or at that status conference where we argued that motion. The Navy represented to you that it was a draft document and they shouldn't be required to submit draft documents. You sustained that, so you did not order them to submit those documents. You'll recall you did order them to submit other documents, which also have not been produced. We'll be bringing a motion about that after the hearing. So at this point in time, we were actually shocked to find out yesterday that it was finalized and it was available. And then when we looked at it last night and saw, again, that this was actually finalized on December 4th, 6 days before we asked for it, and 26 days before we argued about this in front of you. So we're just very surprised by this series of events. So we object to it at this time.
Is the board offering only the page that was referenced with the witness yesterday?
Yes, and just for impeachment purposes.
Yes, but the challenge with that on the impeachment purposes, it's not the complete document. The context of the impeachment, based on the testimony that Mr. Panthen provided, the whole document has to be considered. So there's a rule of completeness problem with that argument.
Then it should have been provided to us when we asked for it. And you made a representation to Hearing Officer Chang, right?
Right.
People who made the argument.
Yeah, I did.
A document that couldn't be provided to us, and so again,
yes,
we're really surprised by that representation not being accurate.
I acknowledge that representation, and that was my understanding at the time. The document did not become publicly available until the 20th of December, and it's currently publicly available on the website.
And we had that argument on December 30th, so it was 10 days before we had that argument. So it was already publicly available. We weren't aware of that, and you made a representation that was not accurate.
Yes, I acknowledge the representation I made during our status conference, and it was wrong. And it was not with any intent. And I appreciated that, the request at the time was draft form. The testimony testified that the document was in draft form. I don't believe it said it was finished. So the Navy's not going to walk away from the representations it made, and they were incorrect at that hearing. The challenge we have now is, the Board of Water Supply. Well, there's two challenges, maybe even three. The AOC and its progress in the Navy's progress in this case is, somewhat germane to the decision you have to make on whether the milestones the Navy's meeting are protective of the environment. This is one more milestone that the Navy has to meet. The second piece of that is, the Navy didn't offer this originally. The testimony came up to update what the status of the plan was on Mr. Panthen's testimony. The Board of Water Supply offered it into the record for impeachment purposes. I also believe that it is potentially rebuttal to Dr. Norfleet's conclusions in his report that you ought to consider for the status of what he potentially recommends the Navy should be doing moving forward to improve its processes. And lastly, that it's publicly available information. There's nothing privileged about it. And the department itself making this decision, has the document. It's kind of the awkwardness of this hearing and the proceeding is that, many of these documents are already before the Department of Health. They've been submitted, they've been reviewed, they've been accepted and approved or disapproved, which you've had a lot of conversations about. And a ruling to exclude this document would be, excluding a document already before the agency.
Are there any comments from Sierra Club and EHA on this?
I oppose the Navy's efforts in mostly for two reasons. One, it's after the deadline for submission of exhibits, and secondly, we still haven't seen it. I don't know what the document is, so I don't have the ability, to intelligently reflect on its contents. I want to attempt to offer a solution, but I think it's going to be difficult. And that is, I believe that Ms. Gannon was attempting to make a point with Mr. Pantheon, however you say his name, and maybe the Navy and the Board of Water Supply would be willing to stipulate to some fact, which was sort of the point of asking the questions, and then we don't even have to get to even the one page of that document, and we can, if some sort of stipulation could, and I can't remember the point that was trying to be made there, but you folks could stipulate to whatever that fact is, that the Navy did something or didn't do something or whatever it was, and then that portion of the transcript could be struck. I'm just trying to think of a solution.
Well, in the same vein, I want to make one other just point for the Navy. I made a representation about that document in the status conference, but in the same status conference, the Navy objected to all of the Board of Water Supply's discovery requests. And under the rules of this administrative hearing, we're required to stipulate as parties to have any civil style discovery. So anything that the Navy has to produce to the Board of Water Supply under civil style discovery requests is something the Navy first has to assent to. So I want to make sure that our conversation in the status conference was captured. That's our position on discovery writ large for this hearing, just to clear that up.
And to clear that up, that was argued and you ruled on that, Hearing Officer Chang. So I don't believe that should be allowed to be re-argued at this point.
Okay, Mr. Page, any comment on the issue?
Yeah, just a comment as to the character of the document. It should be clear for the record that the document's been received by DOH as a regulator, but it has not been approved or disapproved.
Okay. My inclination is to admit the document, the entire document. I think for the issues involved in this case, it is preferable that we have more information than less. And so I have not seen the document, so I don't know the import, but I'd rather have it admitted so that it can be considered. But I want to address the objection that it has potentially been unfair and a surprise. So it is admitted, but the parties will have an opportunity to, upon full review of it, respond or request that we do anything to mitigate any difficulties because of the late availability of the document. I'm wondering about the time for that. You all have been busy, so I'm presuming you haven't had the chance to fully review the document on the EPA website, and whether between now and Monday that is enough time for you or you would want more time, you can please feel free to say so. And we can address any objections and how to ameliorate any unfairness that may have been resulted by the late awareness of the document. So
we'd be prepared to discuss that on Monday. And we would also request that the version of the document that's available on the EPA's website is a redacted version. We would ask that a full version of the document be provided.
Does the Navy have a problem with that?
Well, sir, yes, the redactions that the Navy has consistently placed concern, information that's either privileged or not releasable to the public. So we'd be happy to provide a Vaughn index of why the document's been redacted, which is consistent with how we've been producing documents, anything that's privileged, proprietary, or otherwise protected as critical infrastructure information, the Navy is not going to release.
And we would note for the record that there was a number of documents that had been redacted, and the Navy, when they went back and reviewed it, determined that a lot of those redactions didn't actually fit into any of those qualifications. So we would ask that, yes, the Navy does produce a version of the document and a Vaughn index which explains each redaction.
We're happy to do that. We've been consistently doing that.
Okay, let's assign an exhibit number to it. The Navy, you want to do your next in order?
Yes, sir. We believe Navy Exhibit 112.
112. I'm looking at the volumes of the Navy's exhibits. I have it going to 104. So
we submitted the additional exhibits during our supplemental testimony.
Okay, so it's attached to some of the testimonies. All right. So
yes, sir. That was the one hand delivered.
So 112. Was that the number?
Yes, 112.
All right. And we will revisit this on Monday, and councils, you can all let me know if you feel that we need to do certain things to ameliorate the lateness of the document.
And we would note also if this document is brought up with Dr. Norfleet during his testimony, that clearly this was not produced and provided to him when we requested it. So if there are specific provisions, obviously Dr. Norfleet has to be given time to review that, to explain it, and his testimony we may have to supplement in the future after he's had time to actually consider the document.
Okay. All right. Someone wanted to make a further comment?
Yeah,
I was just going to say, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't, maybe this is something I dreamt, but was someone going to send me a link to this document? Because I don't know if that's what Marnie sent something last night, and I don't know if that was it, but or that was maybe that was something else. But
we're sending it to you right now, Kimo.
Okay, good, thanks. I'll have fun with it this weekend.
And somebody's going to send it to me.
Oh, yes, sir. We'll send it to you right now after we
leave. Thank you. Okay, so are we ready for testimony?
We are ready.
And who is the board going to call first?
We are calling Mr. Erwin Kawata.
All right.
From the Board of Water Supply.
All right, Mr. Kawata, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
May I ask you to take your oath at this time?
Certainly.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Gannon.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kawata, and thank you for joining us. Can you please introduce yourself to the proceedings and explain the role that you play at the Board of Water Supply?
Certainly. My name is Erwin Kawata. I am the program administrator for the Water Quality Division here at the Board of Water Supply. My role here is to oversee the compliance of the department's drinking water sources with federal and state drinking water regulations, as well as undertake environmental and other types of studies that could potentially impact the board's water resources.
Thank you. And in your written testimony submitted in these proceedings, you described the fact that the board brought a contested case against the Navy's permit application for the Red Hill facility. Can you briefly explain the basis of that contested case?
Certainly, as stated in my testimony, the board is extremely concerned about the Red Hill facility, given the quantity, the size of the tanks, the quantity of fuel present, and its location above a critical drinking water resources just 100 feet away. Also, there has been substantial amount of information concerning the conditions of the tanks themselves, petroleum constituent contamination found underneath the tanks and within the rocks. All of this information together gives us great concern about the impact of our water resources in the future, currently and into the future, as a result of these tanks being present over the aquifer.
And has the board been involved in the, what we've been discussing is the AOC process? Have they participated?
Yes, the board has been identified as a subject matter expert as part of the administrative order on consent process. We certainly do attend as many meetings and as discussions that we have been invited to. We have also submitted a number of letters and comments and feedback to the various submittals that the Navy has generated as part of the process. As far as the meetings themselves, we go to those that we are invited to. And of course, we have more recently found out that the Navy doesn't want us to attend a lot of the meetings. So we haven't attended too many meetings for at least almost 2 years now. But certainly we stand ready to participate and provide our comments whenever we are given the chance to and invited to attend.
Thank you. And do you have any corrections or revisions or supplement that you would like to make to your written testimony?
No.
I ask that his written testimony be accepted into evidence, and I will offer him for cross-examination.
Fine. Just the written testimony will be accepted. We have not addressed that specifically with regard to all of the previous witnesses, but let it be understood that all of their direct written testimonies have been received, are admitted, and are part of the record.
Thank you.
And that applies to the other witnesses that are coming on today as well. All right. For the Navy, who will be conducting the examination?
I will be.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Minot.
Good morning, Mr. Guada.
Good morning.
As you stated in paragraph 6 of your testimony, the Board of Water Supply's stated mission is to provide safe, dependable, and affordable water, correct?
That's correct.
And since at least January 2014, has the Board of Water Supply provided the safe, dependable, and affordable water to its customers?
Yes, we have. As of right now, it is safe. However, in the presence of the tanks and the amount of fuel, the continuation of that water being safe into the future is an ever-present concern to us.
And since the 1940s, has the Board of Water Supply provided safe, dependable, and affordable water to its customers?
Yes.
And since 2014, has the Board of Water Supply ever violated the public trust to protect the state's drinking water sources and interests of the Board of Water Supply and its customers?
No.
And since the 1940s, has the Board of Water Supply ever violated that public trust to protect the state's drinking water resources and the interest of the Board of Water Supply and its customers?
No.
So I would like to pull up Exhibit B-004 and go to, or let's just pull that up first. Mr. Quad, do you recognize this document?
Can you enlarge it, please? All right, thank you.
Vaguely.
And was this cited in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And what is this document?
This is a report documentation form prepared under the Water Resources Research Center at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. It is technical report number 179 concerning the title is Aquifer Identification and Classification for Oahu, Groundwater Protection Strategy for Hawaii.
And I believe you stated the date of the report was February 1990.
That's correct.
And at this time, were you working at the Board of Water Supply?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and move to PDF page 9 of Exhibit B4.
Okay.
And she'll go ahead and enlarge that a little bit. And I'm going to have you read the second sentence that starts with the quality and ending with treatment. If you could read that sentence, that second sentence starting
okay.
with the quality.
The quality of much of Hawaii groundwater is outstanding. Thus, water can be consumed safely without prior treatment. For this and other
Okay.
reasons, groundwater has been the prime source for municipal and general domestic supply throughout Hawaii, especially on Oahu, the most populous island in the state.
Thank you. Do you agree at the time of this report in 1919, did you agree with that statement?
At the time this report was prepared, we also knew that we had discovered legacy agricultural chemicals in groundwater in much of our sources in central Oahu, as well as in leeward Oahu. So the next sentence talks about, not surprising, discovery of volatile organic chemicals in a number of wells in Pearl Harbor. It was a shock. It was for the first time information or evidence showing that what can be applied on the ground can eventually make its way to the groundwater. So during that time in the 1990s, we had already begun installing water treatment at one of our wells in response to the presence of chemical contamination from agricultural practices.
Okay. And in paragraph 16 of your testimony, you state that groundwater in the area of the Red Hill facility is on the boundary of Waimalu and Moanalua aquifer system of the Pearl Harbor and Honolulu aquifer sector, respectively, correct?
That's correct.
And you also state in that same paragraph of your testimony that the aquifers are fresh with less than 250 milligrams per liter of chloride and are an irreplaceable resource with a high vulnerability to contamination, correct?
That's correct, based on the sole source identification made by the aquifer identification made by the United States Environmental Protection Agency. That's correct.
Right. So let's go ahead and turn to PDF page 10 of the same exhibit B4.
Okay.
And under, well, we're getting to that. So it's going to be under the inapplicability of drastic rating system of pollution potential in Hawaii section.
Okay.
Isn't it true that most aquifer types on Oahu are rated as highly vulnerable to contamination?
That's true. All aquifers, all major drinking water aquifers can be vulnerable to contamination.
Okay. And in paragraph 17 of your testimony, you state that the Oahu sole source aquifer includes the basal aquifer beneath the Red Hill facility, and it's designated as a sole source aquifer, correct?
That's correct.
And in that same paragraph 17, you state that the sole source aquifers are those that are the sole source or principal drinking water source for an area and which, if contaminated, would create a significant hazard to the public health, correct?
That's correct, as defined by the sole source aquifer designation. That's correct.
And isn't it true that as we sit here today, that Oahu sole source aquifer has not been contaminated to create a significant hazard to public health?
There are parts of the sole source aquifer that have been impacted. There are parts of it that overlie within Central Oahu that include some of our wells in the Central Oahu that have been affected by pesticide contamination, identified back, as I stated earlier, back in the mid 1980s and 1990s. We have since installed water treatment to ensure those residues or pesticide residues are removed from the water and make the water safe to drink.
And are you familiar with what we've been talking about, the administrative order on consent between the Navy, DLA, EPA, and DOH?
Yes.
And in paragraph 23 of your testimony, you state that the administrative order on consent requires the Navy to implement numerous activities to address fuel releases and implement infrastructure improvements, correct?
That's correct.
And the implementation of infrastructure improvements are to protect human health and the environment, correct?
That's correct.
And I think as we earlier heard, you personally have been a participant in various AOC technical meetings as a representative of Board of Water Supply to provide technical advice and recommendations and letters to the EPA and DOH.
That's correct.
And the Board of Water Supply provides annual water quality reports to its customers, correct?
That's correct.
And these annual water quality reports provide information on the kinds of contaminants or potential contaminants that have been found in Oahu's water, correct?
That's correct.
Do you agree that the 2020 annual water quality report reports that all cases, the amounts and substances found in Oahu's water are fully compliant with the standards?
I do.
With federal
Yes,
standards?
I do. That's correct.
Okay. And do you agree that annual water quality reports from at least 2014 reported that in all cases, the amounts of substances found in Oahu's water are fully compliant with all standards?
That's correct. The water quality reports report those contaminants that are regulated. In other words, those that must be reported under the regulations for drinking water, as well as those that are unregulated that's required for reporting under the annual water quality report regulations. That's correct.
Great, thanks. In paragraph 22B of your testimony, you state that following the January 2014 incident, the Board of Water Supply began performing additional water quality testing of the 5 well stations that are in close proximity to the Red Hill facility, correct?
That's correct.
And has the detection of petroleum or its constituents or the components of petroleum ever resulted in levels above any regulations or environmental action levels in the Board of Water Supply's monitoring wells or drinking water wells?
No, we haven't detected any kind of petroleum constituents.
So in fact, the sampling results for petroleum and petroleum constituents components were actually non-detect.
That's correct. And we haven't detected anything. Our concern, however, is should we detect anything in the future remains a concern. So we continue to monitor all of our wells for petroleum constituents.
But as of today, there are no,
as of right
there's
now,
non-detect.
as of right now, and based on the samples and tests that we have done in the past, the data currently doesn't indicate the detection of any petroleum constituents. However, it remains an ever-present concern given its close proximity, those wells and their close proximity to the fuel facility.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Shall we take up the Sierra Club's questions here?
Sure. Do you know, Mr. Kawada, what the Navy's plans are if, for example, tank 3, which has not been inspected in 38 years, were to leak 40,000 gallons of fuel that impacted the drinking water? Do you know what the Navy's plans are to address that?
Well, the Navy has identified that they have several layers of protection to address any kind of leaks. They've also discussed as part of the AOC process the use of the Navy's water source called Red Hill Shaft as a pump and treat or type of collection type of well. But all of those processes, again, are really testing for something outside of the tank after it's released. So as of right now, we have heard all of these approaches, especially the pump and treat, but we're not aware of any kind of design or actually type of pilot that demonstrates its effectiveness.
And does the Navy have the capability to treat next week?
To our knowledge, the treatment facility does not exist. So as of right now, to our knowledge, it doesn't exist.
Okay. Is the groundwater found in that monitoring well, I think it's number 2, underneath the Red Hill tank or tanks, safe to drink?
No.
Is that water pure?
If we define purity as based on the presence of substances that make that water unavailable for its intended purpose, then it's not pure.
Okay. At the very end of your testimony, and I will bring it up here if I can. Let's see here. So do you recognize this as your testimony?
Yes, sir, I do.
The last part of your testimony, and
Yes.
and I guess for people, it's page 8 of his testimony. You say I have concluded that that horrible long acronym of Red Hill poses a risk to Oahu's groundwater aquifer. I'd like to ask you if you could please characterize that risk. Is that a negligible risk?
From our standpoint and from my review, the risk is substantial. We have an extremely large amount of fuel product, over 180 million gallons sitting in one place, just 100 feet above the groundwater aquifer. There is information showing that there have been past leaks, and of course studies that indicating very high probabilities of acute and sudden releases that are possible into the future. This is, from our standpoint, a risk that's extremely high and concerns us greatly.
Okay. Let's go to another document now. And this is exhibit S6. I'm going to show you. And have you seen this document before, Mr. Kawada?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and this is the court order is issued in response to the Sierra Club lawsuit. And paragraph 5 there is consistent with the testimony you just offered, right? That the Board of
That's
Water
correct.
Supply has concluded that Red Hill tanks pose a serious risk to
That's
Oahu's
correct.
groundwater. Okay.
Yes.
And the 7th paragraph, let me make this a little bigger just in case. The 7th paragraph of that court order says the Department of Health has agreed in this case that no underground storage tank or underground storage tank system in Hawaii poses as great a threat to groundwater as the underground storage tanks at the Red Hill fuel storage facility. Is that the Board of Water Supply's understanding as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And now I'd like to go to another document. This is Sierra Club's Exhibit 5, S5. And I want to go to PDF page 16 or 14th page of that document. Oh, by the way, you're familiar with the task force report, aren't you?
Yes, yes, I am.
And it says here, the Department of Health's priority is the protection of the environment, and it views the storage of up to 187 million gallons of fuel 100 feet above a drinking water resource is inherently dangerous. Is that does the Board of Water Supply agree or disagree with the Department of Health's characterization?
The board agrees with that characterization. It's also in my testimony.
Okay. And are the Red Hill tanks being operated today in a manner that's sufficiently protective of the environment?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Does the EHA have questions here?
No questions.
Okay, do we have redirect?
I do. I just have a couple of
5 minutes,
questions.
please.
Sorry.
Was there other comment?
No, I apologize. Sorry.
No problem. Ms. Gannon,
If we could just have 5 minutes.
certainly.
Thank you.
We'll go off record for 5 minutes. Do we need to wait for anyone to join us?
Maybe it's set to go.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Then Ms. Gannon.
Thank you. Just a couple of follow-up questions, Mr. Quata.
Yes.
In your discussion with Ms. Minot, we were talking about potential impacts to the aquifer, and I just wanted to be clear on your opinion. Has the sole source aquifer been impacted by the operations at Red Hill?
Yes. Yes.
And when she was asking about water quality reports and water quality analysis, does your water quality report speak to the water quality at Red Hill under the facility?
Well, the water quality reports talk about the results, the quality of our drinking water wells. Underneath the facility at Red Hill, there is a number of monitoring wells that are monitoring the groundwater quality. That's a very different type of well and data that's being collected. So our water quality reports are only talking about the board's water supply or drinking water wells.
Thank you for that clarification. And in your role, the public trust role that you play, do you see that as being just addressing contamination, or is it to protect the groundwater?
Addressing contamination is about protecting the groundwater. So they're both. Looking at contamination, assessing it, dealing with it is all about, and of course, preventing it. Our main issue with respect to Red Hill is the prevention of any kind of contamination so that we can protect it. Because once that contamination gets into the groundwater, it cannot be removed. It cannot be easily resolved. And so we would much rather have a situation where we prevent it from getting into the groundwater from the very start than have to deal with it after it gets in there.
And do you think that's what the public trust requires?
Yes, I think so. And of course, if that includes making adjustments such as our recommendation for installing either secondary containment or relocating those tanks away from the drinking water aquifer, it's all inclusive.
Thank you. And then there's just two things I wanted to clean up. I know you were listening to some of the testimony, and there was a couple of things that Commander Frame testified to about what the board had said or done, and I just wanted to allow you to speak to the accuracy of his statement.
Okay.
One, he was in a discussion with Mr. Frankel, and he said, and I quote, "No rigorous study has been done to quantify the risk an earthquake could cause to the large nozzle tanks. The work was delayed to a further phase because it was agreed by the group as a whole, and the Board of Water Supply was part of that group, that it didn't need to be addressed up front because it was a smaller concern than other concerns like internal risk." That seems to imply that the Board of Water Supply agreed with that. Is that your position?
No, we did not agree with that. The board continues to see seismic activity as an issue to be studied, that should be studied. We actually provided comments. We provided over 130 comment letters to all the different types of reports and studies that the Navy has produced as part of the administrative order of consent process. And that was one that we took great care to provide comments on, because we still believe that seismic activity is something that should be studied, should be looked at.
Thank you. And then in a discussion with Mr. Brown, Commander Frame said, BWS sat in on the meetings and they all agreed that the telltale drain releases were to be discounted. Is that consistent with the board's position?
No, we saw the telltales as a leak. Because of much of the uncertainty with the data, our view was to count everything and to look at it conservatively. So telltales and how it was primarily where it was attached to the tank as a potential location where it could leak. And so we felt that it should be counted. Now, certainly we provided our recommendations, we provided our comment. Any decisions that were made between the regulatory agencies and the Navy, whether to count data or not count data, certainly that is their decision to make. But to kind of come back and say we agreed with that final decision, that's not correct. I mean, we still remain steadfast that that data should be counted.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, Sierra Club, additional cross, EHA,
None.
all right.
Maybe has a couple questions.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Minot. By the way, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
It's actually Minot.
Minot, all right,
Yeah,
thank you.
Karen Minot. Mr. Quata, did Board of Water Supply install a groundwater monitoring well on a parcel that's immediately adjacent to the facility, to the Red Hill facility?
Yes, we did.
And
It's
did you
located-
test?
Yeah,
Go
it's
ahead.
located at our Wanalua Reservoir site. That's a board property. Yes, it is.
And did you test samples of the groundwater there for petroleum and petroleum constituents?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
And did you detect any?
No, we did not detect any, but it was
Okay, no
installed
problem.
as a sentinel well. And of course, it is a place that we can install a drinking water well because it is on our property. However, because of its location and where the tanks are located, the possibility of putting a drinking water well there is all but remote and something we're not going to be able to do. And so that kind of issue is something that concerns us a lot. So we put in that monitor well as a purpose of Sentinel. So just because we don't see anything today doesn't necessarily mean we're not going to see anything in the future.
Great, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kawata,
Yes, sir.
I'm looking forward to getting your comments and information on a number of matters.
Okay.
This last comment that you made about sentinel wells, drinking water wells, you had an earlier comment about monitoring wells.
Mm-hmm.
And you make a distinction between them and stuff. So could you explain that more? I understand sentinel well. It's a place where you're watching out for.
That's correct. That's correct.
Stuff. But the distinction between a drinking water well as opposed to the monitoring wells.
Monitor well. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if there's another important category of wells that you would make, but can you
Sure.
understand the key differences between them?
Sure. A monitoring well is basically a difference is essentially the size and purpose of the well. So a monitoring well is normally a very small diameter well, 2-inch, 4-inch diameter well. It's usually placed at a very specific location underneath the ground. Most times it's at the water table, depending on the purpose of that monitor well. But in the case of here with Red Hill, the interest is at the water table looking for any potential petroleum constituents because it can float on the water table. So it's usually a very small diameter well, and it's usually for the purposes of collecting samples of the groundwater to identify any petroleum constituents or for the purposes of measuring water levels. What is the height of the water level of that groundwater table in relation to sea level? So that's a monitoring well. It's primarily for data collection purposes, primarily. A drinking water well is a larger diameter well. It's designed to produce large quantities of water to pump for the purposes of using potable water or other kinds of purposes. So usually the diameter will be much larger, 12-inch diameter wells, and then you install a pump into the well, and this pump can produce large quantities, 800 gallons per minute. And that water is used for domestic or drinking water purposes. So they're both coming from the groundwater. They're both coming from the aquifer, but each one is used for different purposes. One is for collecting information. The other one is used for producing drinking water for consumption. Now, that drinking water can also be tested for petroleum constituents, for compliance with regulatory standards. You can also measure water level as well. So it has to do with the quantity of the water that's generated, how it's generated, and what it's used for. Okay, hopefully that helps.
It does. Is there any other significant category of wells that it would be pertinent to our consideration?
For the purposes of this discussion, it's either a drinking water well or it's a monitoring well. The terms is what's used here, and that's the distinction.
All right. Now, there's been testimony about that monitoring well number 2 that's right under the footprint of the Red Hill tanks, and that at water level, it has picked up some constituent elements. And I believe you have indicated that water you would not consider safe drinking water.
That's correct.
And
here's the reason. Okay, the water in monitor well number 2 is known to have petroleum constituents in it, correct? And we've heard some testimony that indicated that this week. So drinking water safety is based on several properties. One is compliance with regulatory standards. In other words, there are federal and state drinking water standards that identify specific contaminants in which must be tested for all drinking water sources. All drinking water sources must comply with these standards in order to be used as such a source. I mean, it's against the law to supply any water for drinking that hasn't been tested and complies with these standards. So that's number one. But you can also have a condition where a well meets those standards, but has a contaminant in it that's not regulated, but still in a quantity that makes that water not safe for drinking. And there are a couple of examples to that. I think the most well-known example is, I think people have heard about this contaminant called polyfluorinated alkyl substances, or PFAS, PFAS. It is a contaminant. It's water soluble. It's been used in firefighting foams. It's been used for things like Teflon products in the 50s and the 60s. And there are growing number of groundwater wells that's being found to have this substance in their water. There are many utilities in the United States that are experiencing this particular problem. And in some states, the amount that's being found is significant. It's very measurable, it's very consistent, but there are no standards for it. But there is data or information indicating that these substances pose a significant concern to public health. And so there are states that have adopted their own standards to define what is acceptable. But under such a condition, the water is not safe to drink. Now, is currently PFAS regulated under the federal standards? No, it's not. Just because but it is present in amounts that studies indicate that it's unsafe. And so that's a condition where you can have a water that meets the federal drinking water standards, but it's not safe to drink. Okay.
That kind of segues into another area of questions I have about, the testimony that has been presented about the findings of the various tests has been looking for TPH, OG, et cetera. And
sure.
What's the toxicity or known toxicity of those components?
Well, TPH, again, TPH stands for total petroleum hydrocarbons. So you're looking for petroleum constituents. Hydrocarbon is just simply carbon with hydrogen on them. It's a molecule. And as indicated in the past, petroleum fuels is a mixture of different carbon numbers, okay? With respect to its toxicity, the Department of Health has come up with what is called environmental action limits that give you an indication of what is acceptable to human health. There's two numbers. One number is drinking water toxicity. There's a number. The other one is for taste and odor. Okay, so the Department of Health had numbers, and currently they have two values. I put that in my testimony. The current value for drinking water is 400 micrograms per liter, and the one for taste and odor was 400, and drinking water I think was 500 micrograms per liter. Let me make sure about that. Yes. Okay, so gross contamination 500 micrograms per liter, and drinking water toxicity 400 micrograms per liter. And that's the current Department of Health environmental action limit for total petroleum hydrocarbon as diesel. Okay, so if you take that number and you look at the amount found in monitor well number 2, the highest level that has been recorded was 6,300 micrograms per liter. Today, the number is still above 400. So based on that, the water in that particular monitor well is not acceptable for drinking, if you use that as a guide.
And the question as I framed it was, what is the known toxicity of that family of components, chemical components?
Mostly things like liver damage. There's some indications of impacts to birth defects, but that's about as far as I'm aware of. The gross contamination one is called for taste and odor. So in other words, based on Department of Health's environmental action limit at 500 micrograms per liter, you should be able to smell it. You should be able to smell a petroleum odor at that level. So at 6,300 or 6,300 micrograms per liter, it should well smell like that water that comes out of that monitor well should smell like petroleum.
All right. I also wanted to ask you to identify the locations of the wells, water BWS wells. Is there a chart or document in the record that shows the locations? Because you all have referenced them and the like. You know, I don't have a sense of where they are.
I know there was a lot of documents submitted. I don't recall right now, but certainly something that we could research out and get that information to you.
And there is an exhibit in Dr. Novio's testimony that we can point you to, and she is testifying later today. Okay, good. Thank you very much. And so I'd like to know where the new well that BWS put in is, and the Sentinel well that has been referred to, just so that we have a complete picture of where all the wells are, because that's been a changing picture. New wells have been installed over the recent years, so some of the charts are in a sense outdated and stuff. So I just wanted to.
I see. Okay.
Big general question. I understand that the Board of Water Supply feels that because of its view of the possible dangers associated with the operation of the Red Hill UST facility, that it needs to be relocated or adopt a tank within a tank
yes.
result. And I wanted to ask you about some of that.
Okay.
Is the concern related to the Navy having this kind of facility present, even if the tanks were above ground tanks?
uh, the quantity of fuel over the groundwater is the concern. So even if you had an above ground tank and if it was situated over the groundwater, we would still have that concern. Now, an above ground tank, you can actually inspect the outside of the tank. So your chances of inspecting and finding a leak, above ground tanks are also constructed where there is a secondary containment, a large berm area. So you have better chances of detecting any kind of a leaks. But as testimony indicated earlier this week too, above ground tanks don't have their own unique problems. They do suffer corrosion issues of the bottom part of the tank. So for the purpose of being protective of the environment, really, if we're going to store these extremely large amounts of fuel, it should be done away from the drinking water, not over the drinking water aquifer. Now, having said that, we do understand the Navy's need for the facility. We do understand its importance and its strategic importance. We've recommended secondary containment, a tank within a tank. And so if the tank facility had to be where it is today, where it is located today, then at a minimum, we would want to see secondary containment installed. Okay. But if it can't, for any reason, whether it can't be constructed or otherwise, then it should be relocated. Now, there are places over the caprock that are not over the drinking water aquifer that tanks can be constructed. And although there have been concerns about or comments about these tanks closer to the coast and being susceptible to tidal waves, you can build you can build the tanks over the aquifer, and the aquifer does extend inland, far enough. There are places that it's far enough inland where we have no drinking water sources and still be designed and constructed in a way to be protected against tidal waves and tidal influences.
I've seen some pictures, some charts and drawings that try to outline the aquifer.
Yes.
And those pictures very roughly indicate that the aquifer is under virtually all or most of the island.
Just about. There are places where the caprock areas is thinner and narrow, and there are other places where the caprock area is very wide. And so there are places that it can be done.
Okay. If a permit is to be issued to the Navy to operate its UST facility for 5 years, what, if any, conditions do you think should be attached to the permit?
It has to have secondary containment. It must have it. If you're going to have that facility where it's located today, it must have it. And of course, depending on how, whether if that's not feasible, then they shouldn't be, it shouldn't be issued a permit. From our view, the tanks can't be operated in a way to prevent leaks. And as a result, from our view, it doesn't qualify for a permit. However, if a permit is issued, there has to be significant conditions under which secondary containment is installed within a period of time such that it's protective of the groundwater, and perhaps some of the fuel should be relocated away to reduce the amount of fuel that's present over the aquifer, thereby reducing the risk to that aquifer.
All right. You told us that with regard to a BWS well, that you had to install water treatment Can you tell me what is involved in that?
I was referring to our wells in Central Oahu that were affected by agricultural chemicals used in pesticide, pineapple cultivation, and it was trichloropropane and dibromochloropropane, two types of chemicals that was used during pineapple cultivation, and it got into our wells. And so we had to install granular activated carbon filtration treatment facilities. We have a large number of, we have 12 treatment facilities throughout Central Oahu that is currently treating about 20% of the water that's produced every day.
And are treatment facilities an appropriate technology to be used for the hydrocarbon type of elements that we have been hearing about?
Treatment is only as good as your ability to treat. If the amount of contamination present exceeds your ability to treat, or it becomes cost prohibitive to treat, then treatment is not an option. It's not viable. So it's dependent on the quantity of contamination present. So if you were to take what's in monitor well number 2 today, that is a low quantity, it is treatable. But if that quantity were to increase 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold, then now treatment becomes difficult to accomplish. And it could be cost prohibitive. Under those conditions, treatment would not be an option. And normally under that kinds of conditions, we'd have to abandon the use of those particular wells if we have no way to treat them. So this notion that treatment is an option is a function of the amount of contamination present. If that contamination is in low enough quantities that makes treatment cost effective and affordable, then treatment is an option. But you have to also consider the time it takes to design and construct that treatment facility. In our cases, for our treatment facilities in Central Oahu, for our activated carbon treatment facilities, it took us 2 years, 3 years to design, and another 2 to 3 years to construct. So it's not something that you take out of the closet, you plug it in, and it works. It needs to be designed, it needs to be funded, and then it needs to be constructed. So it requires time to do all of those things.
All right. You were explaining the difference between regulated contaminants and unregulated contaminants.
That's it, yes.
Are the hydrocarbon, I guess you would describe the hydrocarbon elements that we have been talking about in this case, they'd be considered regulated because the DOH has established EALs for some of them.
Well, under the current federal and state drinking water regulations, okay, TPH or total petroleum hydrocarbon diesel is not regulated. It's not something that's required for testing. It's not regulated. There is no maximum contaminant level. However, at the state level, because there is an environmental action limit, and I think you need to confirm this with the state, there is a value there that is used for the purposes of understanding the quantity present and whether it poses any kind of significant either human health or an impact to the environment. Now, environmental action limits are used for primarily 2 purposes. One of them is to understand what is the impact of that particular quantity present, but it's also supposed to help you understand, well, when you start to exceed these levels, what kinds of mitigation needs to be put in place to address the amounts that's present. So it's used as a mitigation tool as well as understanding what is the human health or environmental health impact as a result of the quantity being detected. So if you define that as use the term regulated, then it would be regulated. But in this context, It's used as a mitigation tool and understanding the impact of the amount that's being detected in relation to the environment and human health.
When you use the term mitigation tool,
Mitigation, correct.
would I understand that to mean it's a determination that at that level, things need to be done to address its presence?
Correct. At that point, if the Department of Health might then now have discussions with the owner of the particular property that's being impacted to discuss methods for reducing or eliminating the amount of substance that's present. And that's all subject to discussions between the Department of Health and, of course, the property owner who's affected by the contamination that's present.
Your testimony about BWS testing 5 wells, Ms. Gannon, will there be testimony indicating where those wells are?
Be testimony about some of the locations. I think that the figure we have does not have the newest well on it, but we can indicate where that is.
Okay, good,
And
thank you.
as part of, we could provide a supplemental figure as part of our follow-up brief, if that's helpful.
That would be helpful, thank you. Ms. Kawata, you had answered a question and you made the statement the Navy has layers of protection. And I wanted to understand what you are thinking of when you refer to those layers of protection.
We heard this past week, soil vapor monitoring, groundwater monitoring, tank tightness testing, the automatic fuel heights system that the Navy has in place. As that's my understanding as the various layers of protection that the Navy has in place.
Okay, thank you. And another statement you made, the Red Hill tanks are not being operated in a manner that is protective to the environment and health. And I wanted you to also similarly
Clarify that.
Yes.
In the context of the statutory requirement that underground storage tanks be operated in a way to prevent leaks over the operational life, because there is indications or information indicating that releases have occurred and it's currently underneath the tank in the rocks and the groundwater underneath the tanks. It clearly is something that has escaped the tanks themselves, and it is a release. And for that reason, it's not protective and hasn't been operated to prevent releases.
Your reaction to the contention that there has been no finding of those components in the drinking water wells, so there's been no damage done.
As of right now, we don't observe any detections in our wells, but that also is a function of the amount of release. It's a function of groundwater movement and the direction in which groundwater flows. It's all related to the amount that's detected. So as of certainly as of right now, the amounts of release have been to the point where the environment is managing those in the form of what was explained yesterday as natural resource depletion or microbial degradation. We don't deny that microbial degradation is taking place. It is nature's way to address contamination. But when the amount of contamination present exceeds nature's ability to address it, that's when it becomes pollution. And that's our concern. Just because it's okay today, there's a very little detected today. What is going to be done to ensure that no more is added to the groundwater and to the environment? That's our concern. And until we have good explanation of what those processes are going to be, precisely what they're going to be, we're going to continue to be concerned, because we have a public trust responsibility to protect this groundwater. And in our view here at the board, and from our manager and our board directors, this resource should be given to the future generations in a condition that's better than what we got it. And that's our responsibility. And that's our obligation. And we are very passionate about that.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, hold on. I may have some more.
Okay.
In your testimony in paragraph 19, you referenced the numerous leaks and samplings have demonstrated the existence of petroleum contamination. Is that principally a reference to the data that is available
Yes.
with regard to that monitoring well number 2?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And in paragraph 22, you talk about BWS has had to stop pumping at certain of its wells for several days.
Yes.
I guess that was in response to the 2014
Yes.
release.
Yes.
I had questions about why and which
Okay.
wells.
All right, we have we did that because we didn't understand, or we didn't know the what the impact of the release could do. We do have 5 wells that are in close proximity to the facility. The one that's closest is our Halava Shaft. It is a major water source that serves metropolitan Honolulu from Wanalua to Hawaii Kai. So because we didn't understand what the potential impact, we didn't know whether the release could ever reach our wells. We took the precautionary step to secure those wells, to test them, to ensure that at least for the immediate response to the leak, that we weren't going to be pumping water that was adversely impacted. And so we did that as a precautionary measure. That's standard for Board of Water Supply. If we encounter a situation of that type of magnitude, we will shut down wells to ensure that the well is not impacted before we turn it back on and serve it to the public.
All right. You also mentioned that the BWS implemented new rigorous water quality testing protocols. And a similar question, why and what are you referring to?
I'm referring to monitoring those 5 wells for petroleum constituents. We began that in 2014, and that monitoring continues to this very day. Again, we don't really know. I mean, we're about what the impacts are going to be, and if there was another event or a significant event, we want to make sure that we have data, and we're continuously monitoring those wells to ensure that they are not impacted in any kind of way.
That 2014 event is what, 6-7 years ago.
Yes.
Is the Board of Water Supply's view of it relieved that there has not been the detection of petroleum contamination in those water wells?
Well, we're relieved that we haven't detected anything, but at the same time, we're concerned about what we are learning through the administrative order consent process about the condition of the tanks, the backside corrosion, the reports of the risk report that comes out about showing what is the risk of future leaks. It makes us even more concerned. And for us, this is good information. It helps us plan. But as far as the monitoring is concerned, we're relieved that we're not detecting anything, but at the same time, we are even more concerned about the potential risk of this facility to the groundwater aquifer and the environment in its present form.
Okay. And is the passage of that amount of time without finding the petroleum in the drinking water well indicative that, at least with regard to the 2014 release incident, that we will not see an impact, a contamination of the drinking water well?
Our monitoring is not focused on any given event. Our monitoring is being focused as a result of our concerns with the facility. And it is a standard practice for us. And because of what we're learning through the process about the facility itself and our concerns with what's being found, we're going to continue to monitor our wells.
Okay. In this case, with regard to that 2014 release, my understanding from the testimony and evidence is that we don't really know where
what happened to it. That's right.
It went. My question is, if much of it got into the earth, but it hasn't shown up in the water wells by now, can we be comfortable then that damage has not occurred to the drinking water well as a result of that 2014 release? Is that enough time for the...
Well, that quantity is 27,000 gallons is no small quantity. It is a significant quantity from our standpoint. It could be actually bounded up or hung up in the subsurface, and who knows, it could just release all of a sudden one day. We don't know. And so vigilance on our part in terms of monitoring our wells is a paramount, and the reason why we're going to continue to test our wells.
All right. In paragraph 22, you report a loss of water production of 80 million gallons. I want to understand the context of that. Are you saying that you could have drawn 80 million gallons, but you did not, and it's still there? Or are you saying that it was a loss of the ability to use 80 million gallons?
When we shut down those 5 wells, we stopped production. So that is 80 million gallons of water that didn't go into our water system and serve to our customers. So that's the loss, 80 million gallons not going into our water system that we did not pump from the aquifer during that time that we shut down those wells.
But does it mean that 80 gallons, is the water still there?
The water is still there. We just didn't extract it from the aquifer during that time when we shut down our wells.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, that 80 million gallons has to be made up from other sources. So we're going and taking that 80 million gallons from other wells to make up the difference to our water system. So are we extracting it? Yes, we're still extracting it from the aquifer, but from a different location. Now, there's this notion that we have a lot of wells island-wide and that we can redirect water from any of these wells anywhere on island. That's not the case. I'll give you an example. Halava Shaft, if I was to stop pumping Halava Shaft, it would impact metropolitan Honolulu. Now, Halava Shaft doesn't pump water to windward. It doesn't pump water to the leeward coast. It doesn't pump water to central Oahu. It only pumps water to metropolitan Honolulu. So if I were to lose Halava Shaft for any reason and had to shut that station down, it would be that quantity of water lost to our metropolitan Honolulu system and impacting our customers in that water system.
And that impact, by that impact, I'm understanding you to indicate that means you'd have to go into water conservation.
I'd have to go in water conservation, but I also have to try to make that up by pumping other wells that serve our metropolitan Honolulu system. When that happens, I put stress on those other wells. in the metropolitan Honolulu system. And that is not a good condition or situation to be in either, because we don't want to put stress on our other wells, because that stress can also affect the aquifer and the groundwater quality and the sustainability of that aquifer. So long-term pumping from alternative sources is not a good way to manage groundwater resources.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kawata.
Thank you.
Any follow-on questions?
I have just a couple. I would like to points of clarification I'd like to get. Mr. Kawata, you were just talking with Mr. Chang, Hearing Officer Chang. You talked about the layers of protection. Do you view the items that you were discussing, like monitoring wells, et cetera, do you see those as being protective of the environment?
No, they're measuring what's outside of the tanks. And the idea is to ensure that the fuel stays within the tank. And so if we're monitoring either soil vapor or monitoring the groundwater for petroleum constituents, we're actually testing for those substances that's outside of the tanks in the environment. And I don't see that as being protective.
So do you believe that there are layers of protection which are currently being implemented at Red Hill?
No, I don't believe that. I believe there are multiple methods for measuring and detecting releases, but I don't see that as keeping the fuel from escaping into the environment.
Thank you. And the other thing you discussed is I think Hearing Officer Chang asked you if you agreed that there's been no damage done to the resource. Do you believe there's been damage done?
I believe there's been damage. I believe there's been damage. Yes, I do, because that petroleum constituent is not indigenous to the environment. It wasn't there to begin with.
And the final point I'd like to just hear your opinion on is the with regard to you were discussing that they don't know where the fuel is, and that no one has ever known where the fuel is, so it could still be somewhere in the ground. Do you believe that the monitoring well network that they have is sufficient to be able to characterize where the fuel would be, or how things work in the underground subterranean environment here?
No, we've always believed that, and we've always asked or recommended to the regulatory agencies that an extensive monitoring well network of 30 to 40 to 50 wells be installed to try to fully characterize the substances in the subsurface. Now, there has been discussion about or concern about putting in multiple wells and its impacts on the resource within the Navy's fuel facility property. And we've always said you can construct monitor wells in a way that it doesn't create cross-contamination or other kinds of detrimental effects. And we've always commented on that. And of course, when we make our recommendations and provide our comments, the decisions are then made by the regulatory agencies in their discussions with the Navy, and we certainly respect those decisions that they make. But certainly, just because they make a particular decision and they go with a particular, let's say, for example, drill less wells than what we recommend, doesn't mean that we endorse it. We still continue to feel that they should have an extensive monitoring well network.
And you believe that the amount of monitoring wells speaks to the level of certainty you can have about how things work?
Yes, it helps to characterize the three-dimensional presence of the contamination in the subsurface. Now, certainly, the Navy should be commended. I mean, they have put in a substantial number of wells over the last several years, and they have done that. and we certainly appreciate them doing that, but more should be done.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Ms. Lynette?
No further questions here.
All right. Mr. Frankel?
I have a couple. Mr. Quata, you were asked about if a permit is granted, what condition? And I want to ask you, given the amount of corrosion that's been found in the tanks at Red Hill, does it make, and you realize there's lots of tanks, right? There's 18 tanks that can have fuel in them. Does it make sense to allow the Navy to operate the tanks that have not been inspected in, say, 38 years?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, so it could, if a permit was granted, one of the conditions could be those tanks that haven't been inspected in, say, more than 30 years shouldn't be allowed to operate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And similarly, would it make sense to not allow tanks to operate for which the risky small nozzles are still in place?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, and would it make sense to require the Navy to submit a plan that does actually a good job of identifying locations where tanks could be built in a safe manner to store the fuel that the Navy needs?
Well, we certainly would appreciate something like that. Yes, that makes sense.
Okay, and that would be sort of like, okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Page, any questions?
No questions.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Kawata? All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kawata.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We've been going a while, so we should take a break. 15 minutes, is that good?
15's good.
15 good.
All right, we will resume in 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
everybody's response to stuff. But actually, when we're going through the conditions, which might help that. So that was actually really quite good.
Muted.
Gannon, you're not on mute.
Hello.
Hi, may I speak with Andrew?
This is him.
Oh, Andrew, this is Louis Chang calling.
Mr. Chang, you're not on mute.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I had sent you an email yesterday. I'm not sure if you got it. I was asking.
Yeah, we're gonna provide you a court report
Oh.
on Monday.
Okay, great.
Wasn't us. Just scared me from here. Oh, you can hear Ella. What did they just say? When I put my ear? I think so. I think it must have been.
Mr. Franco, you're on speaker, so just so you know.
exit or exit stairway. Do not use the elevators.
So, hearings officer Chang.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your
You have an alarm situation?
Yeah, we have an alarm situation.
We have to leave the building.
Okay.
We can tell people, we can email people when we get back.
Okay.
Bring your computers with you.
No, it just ended. We're okay. Are we on mute? Okay, all right.
We can hear you.
Pretty much evidence that the church was used. And
Michael, we were going to tease you about the weather here coming down to the low 60s last night. So we had to bust out our long johns and stuff.
Yeah. It's funny though, here it actually warmed up a little bit. So now it's probably like in the 40s, which I know for there is still freezing, but here it was, when you start to like it, when it gets in the 40s, you know, you're getting tired of winter.
Isn't that swimsuit weather in your area?
Yeah. Well, it was, yeah, but the snow went away pretty quickly. We had those couple days where we got a lot of snow and a lot of ice. And then it had a ice snow on my car. I had ice layer, snow layer, then an ice layer. And you had to break through one, and then it was a soft, sort of like this stuff, right? The hydrology. No, you had to go through the different layers, but it's mostly melted now off the cars. There's still some on the ground, but that's just getting us ready for another shot probably later on.
Oh. So, is everyone here that needs to be here? I don't think Mr. Lau has been here today. Oh, no, he is.
He's early.
I see him. All right, I think we're ready to go. Yes. All right, let's go back on the record. Ms. Gannon, are you calling Mr. Norfleet as next witness?
Hearings Officer Chang, just as a little bit of information, and we apologize for the inconvenience. There was a fire alarm that went off in the building. As you can see, the strobe light still flashing. We apologize for that. Hopefully it will be taken care of soon. We have been informed that we are safe for the moment. But if something changes, we apologize if we have to jump off on short notice.
Okay, we'll understand.
The Board of Water Supply would like to introduce Dr. David Norfleet as its next witness.
All right. Dr. Norfleet, may I ask you to take your oath at this time?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Brown.
The board. I'm sorry. Yes, it's me.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused because my screen is showing that you are muted, but you're obviously not. So go ahead.
Yes, certainly. And this is in part because we are in the same room, and this is how we had practiced this on our test session. So you'll be seeing Dr. So the board would like to introduce Dr. David Norfleet of DNVGL. Dr. Norfleet, can you briefly summarize your background and testimony and the expert report that you submitted in connection with this proceeding?
Yes, and good afternoon, or morning, I guess, everybody, and happy Friday. It's been a long week. We're on the home stretch, it sounds like. So as Mr. Brown stated, I'm Dave Norfleet. I'm a principal engineer and the head of section for the incident investigation group at DNVGL. Each year, my group conducts over 100 failure investigations for the oil and gas industry, with the majority of those investigations pertaining to corrosion or some form of corrosion-related mechanisms. In reviewing the documentation, I've learned that leaks have occurred at Red Hill, and it's my opinion that those leaks will continue to occur. The Navy's own consultant, ABS, conducted a quantitative risk assessment and determined that there's a 27% probability of having a 1,000 to 30,000 gallon release each year. They also identified a 34% probability of having more than 120,000 gallon release in the next 100 years. And they also identified that there's an expected release volume of 5,800 gallons of chronic releases that will occur each year. To put these results in context, I think it's important for us to understand why the industry has moved to these forms of quantitative risk assessments. Prior to standardized methodologies such as the one that the ABS used, engineers relied on a gut feel, so to speak. They also relied on relevant recent data. This inevitably failed. We still saw failures to continue to occur within the industry. And so there was a transition that occurred whereby companies began utilizing quantitative risk assessments. One example is an event that happened in 2010. It's an incident that DNV was involved in, and that was the failure of Deepwater Horizon. That release into the environment that occurred in 2010 was the largest that had ever occurred on the planet. And we were contracted by the government to determine why the blowout preventer that sits on top of the wellhead failed to seal the well, which resulted in a very large volume of crude oil to be released.
Attention. Your attention, please.
Let's go off record for a moment. Mr. Brown, do we need to do anything on your end?
As of right now, we've just heard attention. We've been given no further instruction, and it looks like the flashing strobe light has turned off. So I am going to be working the assumption, unless I hear otherwise, that we are okay and ready to proceed. I apologize again for any inconvenience. This is such certainly a fluid situation and one that's outside of our control.
Attention. Your attention, please. The building emergency condition has been cleared. You may return to your normal work activities. The building emergency condition has been cleared. You may return to your normal work activities.
I've been informed we can return to our normal work activities.
All right, let's go back on the record then. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the event that happened in 2010 was a very large, significant event that occurred within the oil and gas industry. The same day of that event, there were actually two Transocean executives that were on the platform that were in the process or that were going to be presenting an award to the staff and crew that were conducting that particular operation for having an exemplary safety record. And so this is an example of how recent information, recent data is not necessarily an indicator for future performance. Corrosion is occurring on the backside of all of the inspected underground storage tanks at Red Hill. The corrosion has resulted in many through-wall corrosion features, and the historic construction processes and procedures that were used to fabricate these particular underground storage tanks precludes the use of any corrosion prevention mechanisms. It is clear that corrosion is occurring and cannot be stopped. Without any means by which to stop the corrosion from occurring, the Navy is left with only one barrier to prevent future releases. So over the last couple of days, we've heard some testimony speak to the application of coatings and the application of cathodic protection. Those are all preventative barriers. Those are barriers that are put in place so that you prevent corrosion from occurring. The Navy is not afforded any of those means to stop corrosion from occurring, such that their only opportunity to prevent the corrosion from continuing to go through wall is to repair that corrosion. So effectively, what the Navy is trying to do is catch the corrosion faster than what the corrosion is doing. Based on recent data that has been produced as part of the AOC process, 10 corrosion coupons were removed from tank 14 to validate the non-destructive testing and to assess the corrosion that is occurring on the backside of these coupons. Through the analysis of that particular data set, it is apparent that the methodologies and the procedures that the Navy is currently utilizing cannot accurately identify or size the corrosion features. In addition, the Navy is relying on estimating how long that corrosion will take to go through wall. My opinion is that the corrosion growth rates that the Navy is utilizing to predict how long it will take that corrosion to go through wall is non-conservative, such that there's an opportunity for corrosion to reach a through wall condition prior to the next re-inspection cycle.
And Dr. Norfleet, did you have any contributions from others in preparation of your written testimony or expert report?
Yes, so there are 2 co-authors to the report and provided input to my testimony. The first is Mr. Mr. Rob Barbeau, excuse me. He's a former employee for Colonial Pipeline Company, where he served for 30 years overseeing engineering and operations at Colonial Pipeline. And then secondly is a Dr. Robin Fitblato. He is an expert in risk and risk methodologies. He's literally written a book on risk, publishing 7 books on the topic. He is a DNV-GL fellow on risk and has developed many of the current methodologies and practices that are currently in use within the industry for assessing risk.
Dr. Norfleet, do you have any corrections or changes to your written testimony or the expert report that you submitted in this proceeding at this time?
No, I don't.
Okay. With the understanding that the written testimony and expert report of Dr. Norfleet has been admitted into the record, I would like to offer Dr. Norfleet for cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. McKay, will you be?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed then.
Hi, good morning, Dr. Norfleet. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. McKay.
I'm going to give you just a little preliminary warning. I'm going to try to drive my own documents through this, so bear with me if we struggle a little bit. I'm getting used to the platform. Were there any, I was able to see that your name was on the Zoom screen throughout the week. Were there any portions of testimony that you did not hear?
Yes, there were portions.
Were you able to listen to the testimony of Mr. Frank Kern?
I did, that's great.
And I'm assuming you listened to the testimony of Mr. Rob Jamond?
I did, yes.
Do you recall, do you know whether, I don't want you to prove a negative, but do you know who you didn't hear? Is there anybody specific that you had to miss that you knew was scheduled that testified?
I did not hear all the testimony of Mr. Stanley.
Mr. Stanley.
And then, yes, and then there were periods where I would step out throughout the testimony throughout the week.
Okay. You mentioned the co-authors of your report, Dr. Robin, is it Fitblato? Am I pronouncing that correct? His resume seems to indicate that he is the subject matter expert in your report for risk. And you mentioned that he was a fellow with your firm for risk. Is he the primary author of the risk assessment portion of your report?
Well, it was a collaborative effort.
Okay.
And we certainly leveraged his subject matter expertise as part of that process.
He has a few publications on his resume concerning the bow tie of risk assessments. Can you briefly tell us what the bow tie risk assessment is?
Sure. It'd be nice if I was wearing a bow tie because it'd be easy to visualize. But a bow tie assessment is effectively looking at preventative barriers prior to an event and then mitigative barriers after event. So if you imagine a bow tie and the knot in the middle is the event, in this instance that we're concerned with, it's actually a leak. And then as you guys are viewing me, on the left-hand side, you have preventative barriers. So what are those barriers that are in place to prevent that leak from occurring? And then on the right-hand side, what are the barriers that are in place to mitigate that event from occurring? So mitigating the leak. So an example is, currently the Navy is utilizing the TIRM process. That would be a preventative barrier. That is the sole barrier that the Navy is leveraging to try to address backside corrosion. If there is a leak, then there are mitigative barriers that are in place that are trying to minimize the volume of product that gets released into the environment.
So is it fair to say that a bow tie risk assessment kind of takes a holistic assessment of not only the release, but the impacts and how the mitigation measures might respond to that impact?
A bow tie analysis can aid in that. So there's various types of assessment methodologies that are very structured, and so the bow tie can be used as a tool to assess that.
I guess my kind of rudimentary understanding of the bow tie is that when it's all tied up and bowed, that we have a holistic picture of what the risk assessment for that facility would be. Is that a fair assessment?
It depends on the threat or the event that you're looking at. So you can have different preventative barriers and different mitigative barriers depending on the event that you're looking at. So a leak, for example, will have different mitigative barriers than an explosion, for example. And so there's other various types of forms of failure that would have a different type of preventative and mitigative barriers set.
To assess the risk in the bow tie, I guess you need to understand potentially all the pieces of where the risk is. So if we have in the bow tie analysis, we'd want to know, how much fuel goes to a certain place and then where potentially we believe it would be going to assess that risk, right? Not just the source of the risk.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So I guess I'm asking the completeness of the bow tie. When you do a holistic risk assessment for a facility, it's multiple pieces. For instance, we have the QRVA, but is that just kind of one piece that would fall into that bow tie assessment? And would you expect there to be more in terms of what we're going to now analyze?
Well, I think the QRVA assessment would have looked at many parts of the facility, and as a basis for that, it appears as though there are several findings and results from the QRVA analysis indicating that they did look at many of the systems at Red Hill.
Did you understand the QRV analysis to be a baseline assessment of the Red Hill facility?
I can't recall as to whether or not that language was used within the report or not. I'm sorry.
Okay. Were you present for Mr. Chris Caputi's testimony who testified on behalf of the Navy for Michael Baker?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And you're familiar with the National Work Group on Leak Detection? You're familiar with that group, the National Working Group on Leak Detection?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not aware of any regulatory requirement for a UST or even an AST operator to do its own independent analysis of the tank tightness testing approved methods that the National Work Group publishes?
I'm not aware of any federal regulations that they're to do their own analysis. I think there is a quality assurance step that the Navy should be conducting to verify that the means by which that data is acquired is correct.
But if you were not the Navy and you were, an underground storage tank operator of a smaller size or commercial organization and you needed a tank tightness test, the National Work Group is the resource where you'd potentially go to find a testing methodology that's been peer reviewed and published. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you about the API inspection report that the Navy's using. You heard testimony in Frank Kern's testimony. The Navy's modified an above ground storage tank method to apply to its underground storage tank method. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
I think your report discusses that, this methodology that the Navy has to use is because it can't inspect the backside of the entirety of the tanks at Red Hill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding why the Navy's elected to modify API 653.
So the modification piece that's taken from the API 653 is really the portions of an above ground storage tank where the backside of metal or the steel that's the bottom is inaccessible. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. The
So
bottom can be inspected from the outside.
Somebody dropped off and you just switched far left on my screen. I apologize. So in the API 653, it's not accurate to say that the entirety of an above ground storage tank is visible, or you can walk around it or inspect the outside where corrosion may be occurring. Correct?
That's correct. The bottom is not accessible for visual inspection from the outside.
So any operator of a tank of that system, whether it's above ground or underground, has to come up with some type of diagnostic tool to inspect the backside where you can't visualize it, right?
Yes, that's true.
And the tool that is.
Can I just check and make sure that we didn't lose David Franco?
Good catch.
Sorry, I turned off my video because in a frustration of these times, my son appears to be on the internet, and I'm attempting to get him off and reduce my bandwidth at the same time, but I can hear. So I'm going to go back off video. Thanks.
Is he supposed to be in class?
He's done with college. He's supposed to be getting a job. But since we're on Google live stream, maybe I shouldn't be talking about that.
And Mr. McKay, I apologize for interrupting your line of questioning. I wanted to make sure we hadn't lost the council.
No, that interruption was worth every moment. Thank you. So where was I? So the API instruction, or the API 653, the LFET is really the tool that the Navy is kind of starting with its inspection for that, right? Is that your understanding of the initial assessment the Navy's using?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And that's the tool that the API 653 identifies, or that's an accepted tool within the API 653.
Yeah, I would say it's an accepted methodology. One of the accepted methodologies.
Okay. I don't think we've done a good job of talking about that. So this is where I'm gonna attempt to drive, as I mentioned. Let me just be patient with me, if you would. Okay. Are you able to see the screen that I just shared?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I'm going to give you another warning about my technical skills. I'm working on a lightning fast computer that I'm not used to. So if I scroll and I give you kind of that blue light dizziness, I apologize. I'm going to try to find the exact pages, but this might go quickly. So
it can't be any worse than the strobe lights we had earlier.
Yeah, right. So I understand that this LFET is essentially what the Navy uses. And to be fair, I'm going to represent that this is B192. This is an API inspection from roughly 2007 that the Navy provided to you and is included in your report. Do you recall reviewing, and I can scroll up to the top if you want, I just don't want to get dizzy. Do you recall reviewing 192?
I recall seeing the schematic, yeah.
Okay. So my understanding of the technology is that this device is designed so the electromagnetic field can see, or actually pass through the bottom of the steel. And what we're looking for from this first image, if you can see my cursor, I'm going to try to draw a little bit here. I think I can open this up. I'm going to use my cursor. Let me know if you can't see that, because right now I can't find where I can draw.
There's an annotation tool.
Yeah, mine says stop share. If you can give me just a second to find that on my screen.
In the view options, you will find an annotation.
Oh, here we go. It dropped down. Yep. Great. Thank you. Annotate. Okay. So I'm gonna use a few. I'm gonna draw. Okay. So this field here drops below the steel. So what it's looking for is any interruption of that electromagnetic field in the steel. Is that correct?
In the steel, that's correct.
In the steel, right. So when it finds the interruption, such as a piece of corrosion or a pit, the feedback is this right here, where the magnetic field then shows us where that potential disruption on the backside of the liner is. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And are there any other technologies used currently, or methodologies, I don't want to misstate the word, in the API kind of inspection process, or is LFET, this technology, whether it's by a different manufacturer, is this really the best available technology to do this?
It's one of the better screening methodologies that's used.
And the tool itself, I believe in your report, you identified that it was able to detect, and I don't want to misstate, I'll read from your report. It says the system is reported to be capable of detecting backside corrosion pits as small as 0.062 inches in diameter. I think that came out of this document, but do you agree with that? It might be a manufacturer's statement, but do you agree that it's capable of detecting those corrosion pits that small?
I have no reason to disagree.
Okay. I'm gonna try to, oh, sorry. So this is the actual scanner, right? Oh, let me see if I can clear my drawings. I'll do that for the next document. So ignore the green drawings that I have on this line here, but this is the actual scanner, or one of an example of the scanner that the Navy was using, at least for this report, the test tech's equipment. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding. And that goes back to my comment earlier about tools. So there's various types of, I'll call them tools, that utilize the LFET technology or the methodology.
Right. So this box rolls over the steel, and that electromagnetic field goes beneath the steel, and we're supposed to be able to identify those pits. And provided the tool is used accurately, we don't have any, or at least you didn't disagree that it should be able to detect pits as small as 0.062 inches in diameter. Correct?
Yeah, I don't have any reason to disagree.
Okay. I'm going to go to page 331 of the same document. In fact, can we go off the record just for 1 second, Mr. Chang? I want to figure out how to clear these drawings I did. I should have let our contractor draw.
I'm ready to do it if you need.
How do I?
All right, off record.
There we go. Clear?
Yep.
Where's the clear?
Down more. Where your annotations are. Click the annotate.
Oh, here we go. Clear. Easy.
There is an eraser and a clear.
Okay, perfect. I practiced this, I promise. Okay, we can go back in the record. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Right.
Okay, so in the LFET, when we're using this process, this picture here from the same document is on page 331 of the PDF, and again, it's B192. This technician here seems to be using, it's a little dark, but the caption reads, the NDE technician examiner performing LFET scanning on the tank bottom of the plates. Is that your understanding of this image as well?
Yeah, that's what the caption says.
Okay, so for me, it appears that he has the LFET in this hand, and that this is the screen that's actually capturing the feedback from that image. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So this being, we've had a lot of talk about barrels and different domes within the Red Hill tank. Is it fair to say if I characterize the tank bottom of a Red Hill tank, is that synonymous with the lower dome, or is it your understanding that there's a bottom and then a dome above that?
There's a bottom and a dome above it. So the bottom has a different wall thickness than other portions of the low dome.
Okay. So this, this may be inartful and I won't hold you to it, but it appears that this starts where my cursor is here, and I'll draw again since I'm now an expert at this. This area here appears to be going up, and this appears to be flat, at least from that picture. So for my conversation here, can we assume that this is the part of the dome and that this is the flat surface or the bottom of the tank?
Yes.
Okay. And that may be wrong on the drawings. I'm not trying to hold you to the as-builts, but so this area of the steel here is originally constructed at 0.5 inches of steel, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And then presumably, if this is the dome as we move up the tank, it then becomes a 1/4 inch steel at 0.25. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, but the LFET isn't limited to inspecting. Actually, I have another question. The API 653 concerns above ground storage tank bottoms for this tool. What is the thickness of an above ground storage tank bottom? Is there an average?
I think it varies, but it's probably within the range of a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch.
Okay, so you would have a 1/4 inch bottom at some ASTs?
I believe so, but I could be wrong.
Okay. So, but a 1/2 inch would be at least the upper side of what we would find at an AST at a commercial facility or something, not Red Hill.
I don't know if that's the upper side or not.
Okay. But the LFET here isn't any less accurate if we're using it on a bottom for 1/2 inch steel than it would be for the 1/4 inch steel from the diagram we discussed above, correct? It may have been
use the term accurate, and there's different types of accuracy, right? So there's the accuracy and the detectability that the vendor specification uses, but then there's also the accuracy related to the procedure of doing the inspection. So that accounts for the human error associated with conducting that particular analysis.
Okay, I'm just talking about the tool itself. So when we say that it's, in your report, you say that the system is capable of detecting backside corrosion pits as small as 0.062 inches. That pit, of small as 0.062, if used accurately, the methodology or the technology, the difference between the 1/4 inch steel and 1/2 inch steel shouldn't change. The technology should be able to penetrate both. Is that accurate?
I believe so, but again, I haven't looked at the specifications in detail to know the range of thicknesses that this can be applied to.
Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing this screen just so I can reorganize a document. All right, thank you for your patience. I'm going to share another document with you. This is going to be Are you able to see the document there that I'm sharing?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so this is page, do you recognize this as page 15 of the PDF of your report?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so this document, the caption tells us that this shows the LFET scanning under the catwalk in one of the Red Hill tanks, the tank that B190, I think this is, you're citing B190. Presumably that's an inspection report similar.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so this is the tool, this is the LFET tool that the technician's using, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And presumably he's looking at the LFET feedback on this screen, correct?
Yes.
So that's similar to when he's on the tank bottom. He has the tool along the wall, but the screen is on the opposite side of the tool.
Yes, he's scanning. He's essentially taking the tool and trying to run it across the steel plate while he's watching the screen to see what signal he's receiving from the tool.
Okay. Let's go back to 192. Okay, so I'm going to go to page 253 of this document, which is 192. And what this seems to be the readout, essentially, and it's in a sample of the waveforms from that handheld inspection. Is that what your understanding of this would be? Is this what the inspector might be seeing on the computer?
Yes, I believe so. There's also some other data incorporated, which we haven't spoken to, which is phased array UT.
Okay.
Which produces similar plots, but I believe this is for the LFET, correct?
And we heard testimony about the phased array. Phased array is the step that the Navy takes after the LFET. This is the initial this is the initial tool to try to detect where the actual loss of or thinness of the metal is, right? This is the first inspection.
Correct. I would characterize this as a screening.
Okay. So what this is telling us is that the tank section is the lower dome. It's quadrant A of course 1 at plate 7. Is that fair? So whatever this detection is in this location. Is that correct?
Yes. It's on plate 7, yep, in that location, correct.
So the technician is not scanning the dome without some type of sense of where they're scanning. They're scanning, is it fair to say that they're scanning courses and plates of the facility and not just kind of going in there and rolling that tool around?
Yes, they're noting which plate within the tank they're scanning. What's not captured in here are, for example, XY coordinates of where that feature is with relationship to the plate.
Okay. I'm going to stop sharing that for a moment. So on my screen, I've pulled up, it's the same document and it's page 71 of B192. And I appreciate that the exhibit I showed you may not correlate to this graph, and but I apologize, that's not the question I'm getting at. So what I'm trying to ask is, did the correlation on the document that we just looked at, the scanning results, is it fair to say that this is the area being scanned by the LFET? So when I identify the area and the plate on the dome, you can see where my cursor is like 41, that this is the section that the LFET is scanning and reporting?
That would be that would be a plate section that the LFET may reference, yes.
So the intent of the LFET is to scan, whatever plate it is, whether it's 40 or 41, but they're going to scan 41, and those results will be then reported in the results from plate 41.
My understanding is that, yes, that's the intent.
Okay. And the LFET operator, he or she, I apologize, has a certification or at least some training to operate the LFET, correct?
Yes, they should.
And who provides that training or the standards for that training?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Is there an organization like, I believe, I don't want to mispronounce it, but NACE or other, organizations that kind of provide the guidelines for the training that somebody using this equipment should undergo and a certification process? Who is that body?
I'm not sure who the certification body is, but it would be a third party of some sort.
Okay. And is it also your understanding that before the LFET is used, that the actual system goes through a testing process, that it has to be calibrated before it's put in service?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. All right. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the telltale system. We've heard a lot of testimony about the telltale system this week. All right. I'm sorry. Do you recognize B313? And I can, now that this is an easier document, I'm going to drive to the top. Do you recognize, sorry, this document here, the historical American engineering record for Red Hill?
Yes, I recognize the title.
You cited this in your report as HEAR, I think 123, which is that top citation, but it's also included in your table of contents as B313. I'm assuming that they're the same document, right? 313 and HER, its number HI 123 are the same.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay. So. That's probably an unfair question without showing your report, but you've seen the document.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go back to page 94. So my understanding of the telltale system, and this is more rudimentary than some of the drawings we've seen, but the best one I could find that showed the actual system. This here area here would be kind of the natural rock, right? I'm going to just draw a line. So this is the mountain and the basalt that the tank was cut out of, right? This area to the right of this line. I know it's not an as-built by any means, but just for orientation purposes. Is that your understanding of what this drawing tells us?
Sure.
Okay. And then here, somewhere in here, we know there's gunite and there was red earth to break it away from the basalt, clear testimony from Dr. Johnson, and then concrete. And then we get to what I think this is the steel liner. So right here where this tells us the steel plate. So this piece here is the steel plate, correct?
That's correct.
And then in the telltale system itself, there were, I'm going to call it a communication. I'm sure that's not an engineering term, but the telltale system pipe communicated outside the steel liner to the concrete area, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The historical knowledge that I've been able to obtain from the review of the documents is that the designers felt that there was a need for, I'll call it real-time leak detection. And so they had this idea, which is pretty interesting to, as you said, communicate with the outside surface so that they could detect real-time leaks.
Okay. And then this L-shaped channel here, we're looking at the cross section, but that in theory went around the circumference of the tank, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So the notion was that if water got back here, it would collect on this, I think they called it an angle, and then it would make its way into the telltale system and drain out from the inside of the tank.
Yeah, water and or fuel.
Water and or fuel. And during construction, the telltale system was actually used to also test whether the tank was tight, right? In the 40s, they didn't have the systems we talked about with the National Work Group. They actually filled the tanks with water before they went to service to see if they were leaking, correct?
I believe they may have done that. That's correct.
Okay, let's see if we can. So the accuracy of the telltale system to communicate outside the tank to collect any fluid building up on it depended on the telltale system itself being intact when full, right? When there's fluid in the tank, if it entered the telltale system, that fluid, whether it be water or fuel, could then also communicate back outside the tank. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. All right, well, we may come back to this. I did not do a good job of erasing. Hold on just one second.
Right before wartime working conditions.
I'm going to try to scroll here. First of all, turn that off. Next time I will not drive. I apologize. Okay, so under here, wartime working conditions. I'm sorry. Can you read this paragraph right here where my cursor starts? I'll see if I can highlight it. Do you need me to highlight that? Would that be helpful or?
No, that's okay. If you could zoom in a little bit, that would help.
Yeah, I'll try. Hold on just one second. How's that?
That's good. Thank you.
You just read
As
this paragraph for me. Yep. Sorry, go ahead.
As testing of the bottom section was completed, water was introduced into the tank and testing crews worked their way around the walls and boats. In order to test horizontal joints, the rise of inflow was arrested every 5 feet. If water appeared in the telltale pipes in that lower tunnel, the level was lowered until the leak was discovered and sealed. As a final check, after all disclosed leaks had been stopped, the vault was filled with water. To the surprise of the observers, instead of maintaining its fluid or its level or dropping due to leakage, the first phenomenon observed was a rise in the water level. This was attributed to the temperature increase after water entered the tank.
So to the extent there were leaks during initial construction, water may have escaped some of the tanks, given whether a weld was sealed or whether there was communication between the tank wall and the exterior of the tank to the concrete, correct?
Yeah, certainly. That's
Okay.
one water.
Sure. Okay. And in 1949, I believe you also cited the Bechtel report. Do you recall that they filled the tanks with water as well when they were testing it in their report?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So water that may have been released during initial construction could have found its way between here and caused corrosion relatively early in the history of the facility, correct?
Yeah, certainly. Anytime you have the presence of water and oxygen in contact with carbon steel under normal pH conditions, you're going to have corrosion.
Okay.
But at this time, it's certainly possible.
And you heard Mr. Jamin testify concerning the work the Navy's doing with corrosion, or trying to, accurately identify it and test the coupon studies. He was discussing the results of the coupon studies. You heard his testimony?
Yes, I heard his testimony.
And he indicated that they were doing a study with the University of Hawaii to determine whether you could date corrosion on the backside of the liner. Are you aware of any science available to date corrosion currently?
No, that is the holy grail of corrosion
Right.
science, is being able to date corrosion products. It's been explored since corrosion was identified as a mechanism.
So the idea that if we're doing an LFET, kind of axiomatic, didn't exist in the 40s, right, when we were testing these. In fact, the LFET and that B192 was really the first time that the Navy used LFET in these tanks. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, correct.
Okay. So LFET, if we run that LFET now along an area where the telltale may have communicated water between the concrete and the backside corrosion, we could potentially find corrosion that's been there since the construction or the repair of a tank when water was introduced decades ago. But we wouldn't be able to tell you, because we don't have the holy grail of corrosion, when that corrosion started or occurred.
But we do have data from the current coupon samples that were removed from tank 14, which indicated that there were corrosion products that were high in oxygen, as well as corrosion products that were low in oxygen.
So the 10 coupons that we removed provided some data, but those aren't statistical. You wouldn't say that 10 coupons from the, I guess, potentially hundreds of thousands of square feet statistical of where the corrosion is and at what level. We'd have to rely on the test to tell us, or the identification of it, sorry, the identification of where it is.
Well, no, not necessarily. All of the corrosion products or all the coupons exhibited corrosion.
No, I understand that. Sorry.
And the corrosion products that were identified consisted of magnetite and a iron hydroxide. The iron hydroxide had high concentrations of oxygen, and those coupons were found to be wet. So the presence of oxygen and water indicates that corrosion is actively occurring.
But the question I have is, the coupons were identified in 10 certain locations for whatever the reasoning was that the EPA and the DOH and the Navy chose them based off the LFET. But we know that there's other areas of corrosion that we haven't conducted coupon samples for, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So my question is, these areas where we haven't conducted coupons and the LFET is telling us there's thinning of the metal, we don't have that same data, whether it's wet or whether, you know, the things that you just described, and I won't try to paraphrase the science, but that data is not available to us.
Well,
for
I think
other areas in the barrel.
it's not available, but all of those coupons, from my recollection, showed that they were wet, and all the corrosion products were relatively consistent. So from that perspective, we have a very high probability that the other locations would be comprised of similar corrosion products with similar moisture contents behind it.
From the 10 coupons taken from one tank.
Well, my recollection again was that's 100% accuracy. So I think there's, again, a very high likelihood that the majority of the locations would represent similar conditions.
Okay. I'm going to stop sharing this screen as well. So if we could go back to the Telltale system just briefly. The Telltale system, sorry, I lost my ability to share here. Bear with me, Doctor, I apologize. Okay, so you can see that now. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm back up with
yes,
my sharing. Okay, so the Telltale system, as the fluid would come back into the system, it would drain down to the bottom. And my understanding is that there would be a collection ring along the bottom of the Telltale system to collect any fluid that came through it and then drain it to the exterior of the tank. Is that how the system would have been complete? The drain came through the tank, then to the whatever capture system was available?
That's my understanding.
Okay. I apologize. So this seems to be a report from 1960 when, is it your understanding that the Telltale system was ultimately removed because it had problems?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. So this picture here seems to be, and I'm looking at Navy 005 at Navy, and the ending Bates number is a whole bunch of zeros and 66. I'm gonna just try to make this smaller so you can see it. It seems to be really big. This seems to be a Telltale pipe that was removed. Is that your understanding of what this photograph is from this diagram here? It says the internal review of the Telltale piping removed from the bottom portion of a tank. So is it fair to say that this is what the Telltale system would have looked like, the actual Telltale placed?
Yeah, based on that caption, I have no reason to disagree.
And then this would be potentially the pipe of the Telltale that would communicate between the steel and the concrete. And I'm not holding it at this exact one, but the notion of we have a pipe that runs up the side of the tank, and that this is the area that we would potentially have a hole through the steel to the concrete to then collect fluid into the pipe. Is that your understanding what that would be?
I honestly don't know. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the piping that would be communicating to the outside looked like.
Okay. But we know the pipe did communicate to the outside some way. There was some way that the long pipe that ran along the interior of the tank then, went through the tank to attach to the concrete, right?
Yeah, based on the design, I guess, schematics that I've seen, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then this seems to be a rather large hole in the telltale system. Is that
Yes, that's what that
that's
looks
up
like.
here? I'm not going to ask you to do public science, but would that be corrosion? Does that look at all like corrosion?
It looks consistent with corrosion.
Okay. So are you, in the records, there was documentation and even some testimony that before the 60s, the Navy brought in fuel from the mainland to insert into the Red Hill facility or to pump into the Red Hill facility. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
And the testimony also provided that the vessels carrying the fuel had vents and that salt water would potentially make its way into the fuel. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
So salt water is pretty corrosive in comparison to fresh, I would think, right? It's full of chloride.
Under the right conditions, yes.
Okay. And in general, fuel tanks have water that then settle to the bottom of the tank. That's still a common phenomenon today, isn't it? Where water makes its way to the bottom of the tank because it separates from the fuel.
Yes, that's true.
So if salt water brought in for 20 years into the tanks corroded the telltale pipe system, it's potential that the salt water entered into the telltale system along with fuel, correct? Through these holes?
Yes, that is one conduit. Yep.
And then the pressure of the fuel on top of the water would that equalize and push the fuel and the water into the telltale system and then back out the telltale holes to the concrete?
Yes, I believe that it would.
So what I'm saying, it was follow the path of least resistance, right? You'd have empty pipe, pressure the fuel enters the holes and then up through the pipe.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned path of least resistance. These were also notorious of being plugged. So it's not clear where that path of least resistance is.
Okay. But this is essentially the reason why the Navy removed the telltale system. It was unreliable for, including the reasons you just discussed. You couldn't clean it out and clear the plugs, but also because it was rotting and fuel releases were being reported from the telltale system itself, correct?
Yes, and as I mentioned, the designers recognized the need for real-time leak detection. It's unfortunate that the system was ineffective such that it required removal.
Yeah, I think one of the Navy witnesses testified it as, great concept. Commander Darrell Frame, were you able to listen to him testify?
Yes, I did.
He described something similar on a ship where the notion of it would work fine if the material held up, right?
Yes, if the material was fine and the working conditions and environment were conducive to such a design.
Okay. You completed an appendix in your report concerning 72 releases from the facility. Did you have direct input on that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in your report, let me pull up, sorry. I think it's page 21. Report, you say that, I'm sorry, I have page 8 of your report up. You see I switched documents. Can you still see that? Okay. In your report, you said of the 72 releases, 30 releases were detected from the telltale system.
Yes, that's correct.
And you cited B 216, 214, and 215 for releases 1 through 39, releases 41 through 43, releases 45 through 48, releases 51 through 57. Is it fair to say that you based the releases, this statement where 30 releases were detected from those documents, B15, 216, and 214, and the documents cited in your table are where that information came from?
I'm sorry, where are you referring?
Yeah, it was a pretty inartful question, I apologize. So I'm gonna go to your table, but I'm gonna scroll because try not to make you dizzy, I apologize. It's a long report.
I think it's PDF page 120.
Thank you. Okay, this is better. So in your table, and we don't have to review all of them, but you primarily cite document B15, B216, and B195, and B197. And you cite that document, and I'm just going to scroll. And the document speaks for itself. I just want to make sure that these are the documents, these reoccurring documents, B15, 16, 14, are the documents that you relied on to determine that there were 72 releases from the facility. Is that accurate?
Yeah, those are some of the documents. And, you know, it's been a while since I've looked at the exhibit numbers, but my recollection is that those pertain to, some of them are spreadsheets consolidated by ABS.
But you cited those to give us, the Navy and the reader, Mr. Chang, a guide map to where you're relying on, which data you're relying on to reach your conclusion that 30 releases were from the Telltale system, correct? Or
Yes.
for 30 releases for these reporter releases, my apologies. Okay. Is there any way for you to determine whether those 30 releases reported in the Telltale system were not due to corrosion from the Telltale system itself, or due to fluid and fuel and water that settled at the bottom of the tank, or fuel that made its way into the Telltale system and leaked, or not from inside the tank based on the way the system was designed and deteriorated?
Well, prior to, you know, in reviewing a lot of the documentation, there's not a lot of detailed information, right? So I forget who spoke to this in their testimony earlier in the week, but there's just not a lot of engineering reports. There's not a lot of information pertaining to these particular leak events. And so as part of the analysis, it's also conceivable that these are true leak events. There, in those instances where there's not definitive information as to whether or not the release was occurring from the backside of the liner or occurring from within the tank, it's best to take a conservative approach, particularly when the barriers that the Navy currently has in place is only the TIRN analysis. So when we're trying to evaluate what is the true risk of the facility, it's best to be on the conservative side.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the Tank 5 release. Before you were hired by the Board of Water Supply to assist them with their case, had you ever heard of the Red Hill facility?
I had not.
I hadn't either, actually. I've been with the Navy a long time, so this is new to me.
My grandfather was stationed at Pearl Harbor, and I still had no idea that this facility existed.
Right. I want to go back, actually, let me go back to the API inspection process a little bit so we can kind of help understand what the purpose of the inspection interval is. You've heard different witnesses testify that some of the tanks at Red Hill have not been inspected by an API process, this modified API process that the Navy has in place, right? Mr. Frankel and I believe Mr. Brown both ran through a list of tanks that have not been inspected. So the notion that we don't have the LFET data, whether you believe it's accurate or not, for those tanks is missing. For us to be able to determine whether there's thinning of those tank walls, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So the Navy has to make an assumption that there's thinning based on whatever calculation they got to. And I believe they're calculating it roughly 0.3 mils per year. Is that your understanding of what the Navy is calculating the corrosion rate at, where it doesn't have an API inspection report to tell us what it is?
Yes, my understanding is that with a factor of safety 2 that's being applied, the Navy is utilizing a 3 mils per year rate. So the true rate that they're using is actually 1.5 mils per year, and then they're adding factor of safety 2 to get to 3 mils per year.
To double it.
They're doubling it, that's correct.
Right. But in the perfect world, even in an above ground storage tank, we'd have the original thickness of the metal, and then the API inspection would provide us, whether it was 10 or 20 years, however the engineers determined the next inspection cycle, would then tell us what the corrosion rate for the metal would potentially be, right? They would tell us the current thickness on the new inspection data, right?
Yes, that's right. So post-inspection, you can calculate a corrosion growth rate. But there's some fundamental assumptions that have to be made about how and when the corrosion started. So for example, if the environment that the tank is currently operating in changed, such that the corrosion was delayed in starting, then your corrosion growth rate that you calculate is going to be very unconservative, because the time by which that corrosion had to reach its current depth was a shorter period of time than what the calculations would assume.
Okay. But the corrosion rate itself needs to be calculated on the discovery of corrosion, right? You have to determine where it's corroding, measure that, and then calculate the loss of the metal, the thinness of the metal.
Well, you, as an engineer, we make decisions based on data. And in some instances, you have limited data. Some instances, you have no data. Currently, there's an awful lot of data that has been generated on Red Hill regarding the corrosion that's occurring on the backside of these steel liners. So, for example, in 1998, there were several through-wall corrosion features that were identified. And so you can do the calculation that you were alluding to determine what the corrosion growth rate might be. And if you go through those calculations, you arrive at 4.5 mils per year, which, as I said, can be an unconservative estimate because you don't necessarily know when the corrosion process started.
But the corrosion process, in any event, you want to measure and compare corrosion to the original thickness of the metal, whatever the morphology of that corrosion. We don't want to compare weld defects, overgrinding, other losses of metal for the purposes of determining thinness of the metal to determine the corrosion.
You consider the amount of corrosion to what we would call the nominal wall thickness.
Okay. I want to turn back to your report. I'll share the screen.
Let me do a process check if I may.
Sure. Do we need a break?
Yeah, I've been going over an hour. I wonder if this is a good time for break.
Sure, we can certainly take about 15 minutes or Whatever our court reporter wants. 15 minutes, Donna? Okay.
All right.
15 minutes.
We'll resume in 15, 11:30. So let's go off record. Thank you. Are we ready to resume?
Yes. Witness are ready.
All right, let's go on the record, Mr. McCabe.
All right, thank you. All right, Dr. Norfleet, before we went off the record briefly, we started to talk about your report. I'm sorry. We started to talk about your report on page 47. And I'd asked you about the purpose of comparing previous API inspections with new API inspections. And my understanding is that we want to take whatever corrosion was found, whether it was new metal or whether it's new corrosion found. I'm trying to look for you on my screen, I'm sorry. We lose the ability to contact, the human contact part's hard here. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to determine the amount of metal at the first, the amount of metal we know to be true when the metal was installed, right? So if it's steel at a quarter thickness, we can start with that rate. And then we conduct potentially an inspection with non-destructive testing examination to determine if there's a corrosion rate at the first hypothetical API inspection, right? Are you following my question?
Yeah, and maybe if I just provide a little bit of detail to kind of explain what's being presented on the screen. So,
well, let me ask my questions, and then your counsel will have an opportunity to redirect. Right?
Okay.
So,
could you
yeah,
clarify?
Certainly. Let me stop sharing just for a moment, so I can see you. Okay. My question is, the purpose of the first API inspection and the non-destructive examination at a generic, above ground storage tank is to determine the potential level of corrosion or thinness on the back side of the tank after it was, newly constructed. The first inspection, right? That's what we're looking for. How much metal loss have we lost on the bottom? Is that correct?
Yes, that's one of the things that get assessed as part of the API inspection. Correct.
Okay. And then the engineer who, conducts the inspection or signs off on the inspection or stamps the inspection is going to give us a recommended next inspection cycle, right? He'll tell us, or she'll tell us, the next inspection should be 10 or 20 years based on whatever those findings are. Is that accurate? It's kind of the cycle of the API. One follows the next.
That's correct.
And then we take the data we've learned from the previous API inspection, and then we apply it to the second API inspection to then do what would be our third comparison. We had fresh metal the first time, we have metal loss from the second one, and now we know if we have metal thinness from the third one. And those are the calculations we should look at to determine how much loss is happening, correct?
Yes, you should, with each subsequent API inspection, you should leverage that data.
Okay. So if I understand your report here, you're indicating that because tank 5 had an API inspection in 2010 and then was re-inspected, re-inspected, I'll share, re-inspected in 2017, that we should have some data to compare those metal loss rates. Is that what your report is indicating we should be doing?
Right. So in
good opportunity.
Yeah. So in 2013, there was in 2013 and 14, there was a release. But prior to that, in 2010, tank 5 was inspected. And so, as you mentioned, there was some assessments that were performed and some calculations that were conducted, one of which was the corrosion growth rate calculations. And so in conducting that corrosion growth rate calculation, the assumption was made that the corrosion had manifested over the life of that particular tank. So in doing the calculation, you're essentially averaging what is the average corrosion growth rate over that long period of time. So with tank 5, there was a subsequent inspection that was conducted a few years later. And so now you have a much shorter interval over which you can compare corrosion features to determine what is the average corrosion growth rate over a much shorter period of time. It can be a more accurate representation of what the current corrosion growth rate conditions are within the tank.
The corrosion growth rate necessarily depends on the accuracy of the first report, or I should, understanding that, you know, there's maybe a variation or disagreement on how accurate it might be for how the tool is applied or the methodology. But in any instance, we should have the most accurate data from the first report to apply to the second, correct?
Sure, any errors associated with one inspection and any errors associated with another inspection get compounded, but there are assessments like statistically active corrosion assessments that can be conducted so that those errors are kind of, the baseline is equilibrated such that you can still make comparisons to determine accurate corrosion growth rates.
What was your understanding when you were drafting a report of the Wilbros work that they had done on tank 5 prior to the 2014 release? Were you aware of the investigation the Navy did?
I'm not aware of the investigation. I've seen some language regarding lessons learned, but I haven't seen a formalized root cause analysis or technical investigation that's been conducted on tank 5.
I'm going to pull up document B6. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Okay. This document was provided in the, I believe, the term report. It's chapter 9, and it's observations and incident in the investigation concerning Wilbros. Was it your understanding that the workmanship that Wilbros did from your review of this document was what caused the release of the 2014 spill from tank 5?
That's what's conveyed within this document, as I recall. Yeah, my recollection, yeah. So tank 5 went into went into repair. Excuse me. Went into the repair cycle as a result of, weld repairs and corrosion-related repairs. And Wilbros was contracted to conduct some of the repair work.
And following the Wilbros repair, the Navy had to conduct another API 653 inspection, correct? And that's the one that you were that's the one your report said we should compare the Wilbros or the prior API inspection to the 2017 API inspection. I think your opinion, or at least you'll offer that that's a good opportunity for us to compare corrosion rates.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. This page, everybody okay? On the bottom of this page, starting with however, I believe I asked Mr. Kern about this on his redirect testimony, where it says it should be noted that most of the lower thickness in these areas were a result of grinding by a previous contractor under a separate contract and not directly related to the backside corrosion. You would agree that we shouldn't calculate over grinding and human error creating thinness in the metal in any corrosion rate analysis, that those should be excluded?
Yeah, certainly. If the Navy has documentation to exclude those particular data points that may have been grinded, then yes, I would agree that those should be excluded from the analysis.
So it's important that the Navy's only capturing corrosion rates, whatever that is and however it's caused, to determine which corrosion rate it should look for in the next inspection cycle and apply that to what it sees as its minimum thickness at the end of the inspection.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, to determine your reinspection interval, you're looking to predict what is the corrosion that's going to occur. You're not trying to predict what is the grinding that's going to occur. So yes, as I said, I would agree that if there are data points that can be correlated to coincide with areas of grinding, then those data points should be excluded. But the remainder should still be incorporated into a corrosion-related assessment.
In your report here on page 48, you provide that another example illustrating the pervasive nature of unmitigated backside corrosion is shown in photograph taken during the most recent 2017 inspection in tank 5. And then the photograph, I'm sorry, I'm reading, did I not share? I did not share, I apologize.
Thank you.
On page 48 of your paragraph, of your report, you provide another example illustrating the pervasive nature of unmitigated backside corrosion. It's shown in a photograph taken during the most recent 2017 inspection. The photograph shows the location of backside corrosion requiring repair that is directly adjacent to a previously repaired location. For all of these reasons highlighted in prior sections, corrosion will continue to occur, exposing additional areas that will eventually corrode and require repairs if detected. And you provided this photograph. Is this photograph the photograph that paragraph is referring to?
Yes, it is.
And you've had an opportunity to review Frank Kern's supplement to your testimony, his reply, I guess, his response to your testimony.
Yes, I did, and I have a disagreement there.
Okay. Mr. Kern provided this in response to your assessment of that photograph. And this is Navy 105. Have you reviewed Navy 105, N0105?
Yes.
It's an exhibit that Navy.
I'm seeing it in this detail or in this resolution. But yes, I recall.
You have not seen N105. I'm sorry.
Yes, I believe I have. I don't recall it being in this high fidelity image, I guess is what I'll call it.
Okay.
The resolution of the image seems high.
Okay, just to be clear, you've seen the exhibit that your counsel received with Mr. Kern's testimony of N105, but you weren't able to see it in this resolution?
I don't know if I ever zoomed in to this extent. So
okay, I can zoom out. I don't want to misrepresent a document, but
okay, thank you.
I'll stay at this resolution to be fair, just so I'm not sure which technology you used it to see, but you can see these kind of lighter marks here. Do those look like, are those grinding marks?
Those do appear to be grinding marks, yes.
Okay, and are these grinding marks that you would expect the LFET tool, if used properly, to identify it as the thinness in the metal?
Yes.
There would be some indication. Okay. Mr. Kern testified that this area.
Yes, so there's two circles there.
Mm-hmm.
As
this one here.
That circle on the right certainly appears to be within areas of grind marks. The area on the left, it's hard to tell as to whether or not that too is in fact within a grind mark.
Okay. Mr. Kern testified, I'm going to bring up his testimony. He said that during the reinspection metal surrounding patch plate of WR69, and I'm going to just scroll back right here. I think that he's referring to as this WR69 in the testimony of N015 that he cited. He provides that area was also found to be overground and excessive. And I just inserted also, I apologize, but was found to be overground and excessive metal had been removed. The LFET technician detected the metal loss and marked the location for examination during the second step of the inspection. Do you have any reason to disagree, or do you have any other information concerning the WR69 that was not, as Mr. Kern described, also a metal loss and not corrosion in relation to the new area that he identified?
My recollection is that in the Wilbrow's report, when you look for weld repair 69, it references pitting and a gouge.
Okay.
Pitting is a known corrosion mechanism.
We can stay on the record. I just need a second to regroup on documents, if that's okay. Dr. Norfleet, I'm going to refer you to another page of your testimony or your report. On page 13, You're reviewing when the last API inspections occurred for all the tanks at Red Hill. Do you recall the statement here where it says the current UST inspection interval is averaging 30 years with the longest tank in duration being 59 years for tank 18?
Right, and I think that's a specific reference from a DOH document, if I'm not mistaken.
So you're aware that tank 18 is no longer in service?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
You're muted.
I know. I'm scrambling for a page number. Sorry.
Starts on 120.
Dr. Norfleet, I'm sharing again the table of releases that you provided in your report. And it appears that tanks are the releases 1. And I'm sorry, I'm going to start. It's for the court reporters. Know where we are. It's table C1 is the page of the report I'm referring to. And I'm going to scroll through. Release 1 through 9, 10 through 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. They're all from tank 1. You're aware that tank 1 is out of service and has been out of service for some time?
Yes, I'm aware. I'm also aware that it was operating at one point.
And I'm going to scroll down and we're going to get to release. Releases 66 and 67 concern tank 17 and 68 concern tank 17. And then we go to tank 69 to 70 and those concern tank 19. You don't have any reported releases for tank 18. Are you aware of any tank releases from tank 18 that you did not include in your report?
I'm not aware of any documentation reporting leaks for that particular tank. That being said, as we've heard through the past week, that the historical documentation on leaks is relatively thin.
And Dr. Norfleet, I just have one last question. You've never been in the Red Hill facility, have you?
No, unfortunately, I haven't had that opportunity.
Okay. I don't have any further questions on Cross. I certainly appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKay.
All right, Mr. Frankel?
I think I just have one question. Mr. Norfleet, Dr. Norfleet, one thing that's not clear to me is I've been emphasizing the frequency with which the inspections have not been happening, but I guess I want some clarity on are the API 653 inspections good enough to find the corrosion on the backside? I mean, when I say good enough, I mean, is there something that above and beyond that needs to be done to find corrosion?
Well, I think the results of the destructive testing that were conducted illustrates that it's a combination of not only the technology, but it's also the processes, the procedures, protocols, and the user conducting those inspections. And the results of that destructive testing illustrates that the amalgam of all of those together is not conducive to generating reliable data during that inspection process.
So in other words, there's two two issues or two problems with the protective measures. One, would be the frequency with which the inspections are performed, and the second being the actual adequacy of that inspection, even though it may be significantly improved from what was done decades ago, it's still not up to snuff. Am I understanding that correctly?
So the inspection and repair process is related to the reinspection interval, right? So you have to identify and repair those features that are predicted to go through wall before they actually go through wall before your next reinspection cycle. So if you can't accurately identify and size those features, and if you're assuming corrosion growth rates that are not conservative, then you increase the likelihood of having future releases before your next reinspection cycle.
Okay, so there.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So even if the Navy were able to perform these API 653 inspections with greater frequency, that would not in itself be sufficient to assure us that the risk is low of more releases, more leaks.
So with each inspection, there's a probability of detection. So the more frequent that those inspections are conducted, then you increase the probability of finding those features. And the hope is that you would start finding those features before they get to some critical depth before you have a leak.
And, this is something that, so we have that chart in the term report that I've referred to a couple of times that have dates of inspections, and as I recall, we saw dates like 1981, 1983 for a couple, maybe 3 of the tanks. But were there inspections like that before the 80s?
Prior at this particular facility?
Yeah.
There were inspections, as I understand, but they were not API inspections. So I'm not sure, the records aren't detailed to identify exactly how those inspections were conducted, but they certainly weren't, for example, evaluating all of the barrel and all of the upper and lower dome.
And they wouldn't have been able to detect backside corrosion, right?
If they were using, for example, straight beam UT, they would have been basically probing at some very specific locations to assess remaining wall thickness. They wouldn't be scanning the surface area such that they would be capturing all of the locations. It would kind of be a shot in the dark, so to speak. They would likely have used some predictive reasoning to determine where the likely corrosion would be, and then they would go and kind of peck around to see if they identified backside corrosion.
And this might be a totally unfair question, but when were the API 653 as modified inspections? When did they commence?
I believe the standard went into existence in the early 90s. My recollection is that the first API 653 inspection was conducted sometime in the late 90s.
Okay. All right, thanks. No further questions.
Mr. Page for the EHA office.
No questions.
Do we have redirect?
Yes, the board has some questions. We request either a short break or it is noon, whether folks want to break for lunch.
Is there any chance we could finish before within half an hour or so, or likely more than that? If it's more, then maybe we should just take a lunch break and come back.
Do you potentially have some questions, Mr. Chang?
Yeah, I do. I don't think they're going to take that long.
I'm happy to push a little bit if we want to give the board a few minutes to regroup and then let Mr. Norfleet finish up, and we'll break and come back with Dr. DeNovio if everybody can, if that's okay.
That's fine with me. Can we get 10 minutes?
Sure.
I'm glad we moved our closings.
All right. We'll take a 10-minute break here and then come back and try to complete our examination of Dr. Norfleet.
Looks good. Oh, yeah.
Mr. McKay, do we need to await Karen and Marnie?
Karn just joined. We could get started without Marnie. She'll be joining in a moment.
All right, everybody else ready to go? Okay, back on the record. Mr. Brown?
Sure. This should be quick, hearings officer Chang. Dr. Norfleet, Mr. McKay had asked a series of questions about the 72 release incidents included in your expert report. My understanding of your testimony is that you believe that that is a conservative estimate of the number of releases from Red Hill. Can you explain why?
Yes. So as we have discussed, the historical record on leaks and releases at Red Hill is thin. There's not a lot of documentation or engineering reports pertaining to those leaks, with the exception of the 2014 release. And so it's often, especially on historical assets, that the leaks that have occurred kind of prior to the Clean Water Act have typically gone underreported. It's a common assessment, and it's a common observation that we've made in conducting many forensic and failure investigations. So the concern is that the ABS report, when it conducted its evaluation, it only assumed 18 releases. And so by going through the data and reviewing all of the analyses to date, it's my opinion that there are likely more releases that should be considered as part of that analysis. And so the findings that the ABS ultimately determined, which is the 27% probability of having an acute leak of 1,000 to 30,000 gallons, as well as a 34% chance of having a release in excess of 120,000 gallons in 100 years, is all based on data, leak data, only incorporating 18 of those leaks.
And just to make sure I understand, Dr. Norfleet, so even if Mr. McKay or the Department of Health was to consider just half of the releases that you mentioned, that would still be more than what ABS relied upon to generate those risk numbers, including a greater than 27% chance of a sudden acute release of 1,000 to 30,000 gallons each year, and a chronic expected fuel release that could go undetected of 5,803 gallons. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. The ABS report only considered 18 releases.
Okay. I have nothing further, Hearings Officer Chang.
Thank you. Mr. Frankel, any questions?
No.
Mr. Page?
Done.
Okay.
Mr. McKay?
I'm sorry, Mr. McKay.
Do I get one more? Dr. Norfleet, you mentioned the Clean Water Act. Is your understanding is roughly enacted around 1988?
There's been several iterations. I think the first one may have been in the late 70s, or if I'm not mistaken.
And did you indicate that prior to that, the reporting was at least diminished? Or is it safe to assume you were saying it would have been better after 1998 in the enactment of the Clean Water Act?
I think that there's historical records that indicate that leaks that have occurred prior to that are underreported.
You broke up a little bit. So releases reported prior to the Clean Water Act would have been underreported, and the fidelity of those release reports would have been better after the enactment of the Clean Water Act.
Yeah, the reporting, so there's a couple of things. So I did mention the Clean Water Act, but the culture within the oil and gas industry has also shifted. And that shift is not based on certain specific dates. So for example, older assets and older, when operating at an asset in an older time period, there would have been less reporting essentially, but the culture within the oil and gas industry has gotten better. So such that more recent releases and leaks can now be reported.
Thank you.
There's not been much said, Dr. Norfleet, in this case about the age of the facility. And so I wanted to ask you if you have any opinion with regard to what is the reasonable operational life expectancy of a metal tank system, underground metal tank system, like what we have at Red Hill?
It's dependent upon the barriers and the mitigative barriers, or sorry, the preventative barriers that are in place. So, and the threats associated with a particular asset. So, for example, I think we've discussed additional preventative barriers such as coatings and cathodic protection. When the threat is corrosion, you can have structures that can last indefinitely because there's a process by which to stop that threat. So cathodic protection can be applied such that the corrosion process effectively halts. When you don't have a preventative barrier that can do that, so you can't stop the threat that's occurring to your particular asset, you're constantly trying to keep up with the degradation mechanism that's occurring. And so you're relying on your inspect and repair process, as I said, to catch and mitigate those areas of corrosion before they go through wall. So in that type of an environment, or that type of inspect repair, you ultimately will deteriorate the external surface of that shell such that you can no longer operate in the same fashion that you could prior.
Okay, so what's a reasonable life expectancy?
It's unique with each facility.
For this facility?
So the current condition of the tanks is such that they're having pervasive external corrosion. And as such, the Navy's elected to start changing the manner in which they're operating these tanks. So they've reduced the fluid levels. So they've effectively identified a threat that is unmitigated, and it's forcing them to change the manner in which they're currently operating these particular assets. That is an indicator of end-of-life scenarios. So the corrosion is pervasive. It's going to continue to occur. And if the corrosion continues to manifest itself such that the density of through-wall holes is high enough, they will continue to need to reduce the level of those tanks. So at some point, they are going to reach an end-of-life scenario. And that end-of-life scenario is going to be dependent upon the utility and the needs, quantity of product that's necessary. So that volume is going to be reduced with time. I don't know what that is. I don't know. We haven't been afforded an opportunity to review the transfer logs to determine how much fuel the Navy is currently utilizing.
All right, thank you. That's helpful. I've been trying to get an understanding about the severity of the releases and the like. And in recent history, we all have information about the 2014 release. Denovio's report also reflects there's a 1998 release. And from what I can tell, it's about a 1 to 2,000 gallon release. Do we have any information about that release?
I don't recall seeing specific documentation. I'd have to pull some additional information together.
Because I was looking at your chart, the history of the releases, and looking at the 1998 references, and there is one that appears to be in that range where there's a some, reported volume loss. That's release number 65, 1469 gallon, I think, B15. Do you have any information about what was the cause of that loss? What aspect of the facility was involved? Tank, nozzle, pipeline?
I'm sorry, off the top of my head, I don't, and I don't have that in front of me. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Which row number was that? 65.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chang, I just don't recall. I would have to pull up those reference documents to get some perspective.
Okay. Well, what another observation that struck me was from Denovio's chart, and I referenced it before, was that in the more recent period, and I think it's from 1983 on, there have been only those two reported leaks. And so I don't know if that's reflective of changes in operation and whatnot. And I'm trying to relate that to the calculation of the probability of having these events. And it doesn't square, and just from a lay perspective, to look at over the last 35 to 40 years, we have two reported releases during a period of better reporting, better documentation, and I'd like to get a handle on really what are the more prominent risk aspects of the facility. A lot of attention has been put on the tanks, but the probability calculation also addresses concern about possible leaks related to the nozzles and pipeline break and things like that. But there's been no discussion about that, and no reference to documents about that either. So I don't have I think I have an incomplete sense of where are the risk elements here going into the future. We're talking about how long should the operation of the Red Hill facility in its existing configuration be permitted to continue? And if permitted to continue, under what constraints? So if you have opinions on that, I'd like to know. One of the general questions I have for you is, if the permit is approved for the Navy to continue its operation for 5 years, what would be the reasonable conditions that could be placed upon that operation?
I guess I don't have a response to that last question. That would entail a lot more, I guess, analysis and thought, not only by myself, but colleagues of mine. So I apologize, but I'm not prepared to provide any of those at this time. With respect to the prior question and kind of general discussion about risk and what does that all mean, I think the importance of having some sort of a structured approach is as in my initial remarks, is that you want to try to exclude bias, right? And you want to try to take out immediate experience. And the purpose of having the standardized approach is so that you can use quantitative numbers from other locations, from other sources, from other experiences of others, and you can apply those experiences to your own systems, your own assets. And so, although maybe the immediate experiences don't align with the probabilities that have been provided within the risk assessments, it's looking at the holistic approach and applying not only the experiences of this facility, but those experiences of other facilities. And so it's the best prediction of what's going to happen in the future. And the current risk state at that particular time. And, you know, a good analogy, I guess, is, you know, I do a fair amount of work out of the Houston area. And over the last 5 years, they've had several hurricanes that have been, you know, I think the class 4, class 5, whatever it may be. But the predictions and the models would show that those are 1 in every 200-year storms. But they had 2 of them within a period of 5 or 6 years. So but they didn't have hardly any in the preceding years before that. So again, the immediate prior experience isn't necessarily a predictor for what's going to happen in the future. And so that's why these standardized risk approaches are so important, is because it does take out some of the bias that goes into a risk assessment.
All right. In the executive summary portion of your report, and it's on page small Roman numeral 4, you make the statement that the Navy has not employed any of the available UST corrosion protection measures at the facility. And I wanted to ask you, what are you referring to by the available measures that are not being implemented?
Yep. So the regulations are very specific as to what constitutes corrosion protection. And in my review of the documentation, I don't believe that the Navy has any of those corrosion protection elements present at Red Hill. So we've heard testimony earlier in the week, and I apologize for who it was, but they had mentioned that they were provided some guidance that cladding that concrete would represent a cladding material. And the purpose of a cladding material is to provide a boundary, to provide a layer of protection such that corrosion cannot occur. It's essentially a fancy coating, so to speak, if you think of it in that way. We know that corrosion is occurring on the backside of these tanks. Every one that's been taken out of service for inspection has been, backside corrosion has been identified on those tanks. So if you review the language within many of the ASTM standards that speak to what constitutes a clad or jacketed system, there's no language within those standards that speak to concrete as being a cladding material. So as I said in my opinion, the Navy currently does not have any means of corrosion protection on their tanks. And unfortunately, due to the construction and the way that these were designed, there's no means to apply it.
In hindsight, I'm understanding your explanation to say that it might have been good to attempt to coat the outside or backside of the steel before you encased it in the concrete.
Potentially, yes. Unfortunately, we know that coatings break down too. And that's why cathodic protection is so important. I think we had heard the term holidays used by Mr. Jamond on Wednesday, which a holiday is simply just a breach or a hole within that coating. And so we know that coatings can fail. They can have holes and other things. And so that's the importance of cathodic protection, is that cathodic protection applies protection when that system is compromised.
On page 8 of your report, you comment about the 72 documented fuel release incidents. From what we do know, do you have an opinion as to what have been the principal causes or portions of the facility that have failed to result in releases?
the historical record is thin, but they all seem to pertain to areas immediately surrounding the tanks. So for example, there are pipelines that are associated with the transport of product from the underground storage tanks to the dock area. I haven't identified any piece of information to indicate that there have been leaks from those locations. So it appears as though all of these releases are centralized in close proximity to the underground storage tanks.
So they could relate to the tank, the telltale system, the nozzles, and the nearby distribution components.
Yes.
Okay. And in your footnote, you referenced the 1949 earth disturbance. Did you hear the testimony about the seismic? The witness who commented on seismic risk, and is that incident related to the telltale system? Do we know that?
It's so there's information within some of the historic documents, and I think we went through that with Dr. Johnson, that suggests that there was so the Bechtel did an investigation, and they concluded that they couldn't find the release as I read the report. But then as they did subsequent testing, which there were some bullet points presented within a document, I can't recall which one it is, there was a conclusion that the Navy had made at one point in time that release was related to a telltale in some way. It's not clear where that location was, because as I said, the records are thin. But that release certainly could have been attributable to a telltale release.
Okay. And you also reflect there were 8 releases from through wall holes documented. Are there details on that, and which tanks over what period of years?
Let's see. Yes, so as a result of conducting the review, there are API inspections, and there are various types of nomenclature that's used during that repair process. And when there's an identified through wall hole, it's noted in the API repair records, right? But there's no documentation relating to the quantity of volume that has been released. So my recollection is that those 8 releases are a result of documented through walls that have been identified once that tank was removed from service and an inspection was performed.
So during what period of time?
I'm sorry, I'll have to follow up with you on that. I don't know the time period of which those were collated.
All right. One other area of question. And I think my understanding on this needs to be corrected. The barrel of the tanks were originally a 1/4 inch steel. And in the talking about the testing and whatnot, they're looking for thinness of that steel and beginning to talk about setting parameters that if it's 160 mils, it would be acceptable. And I had gotten the impression that there was a generalized thinning of the metal, but I think that I may be wrong on that. Is the tank still generally a 1/4 inch steel and it's only these pitted and corroded areas that are, getting thinner to become half of that, quarter inch.
For the most part, yes. So over the operational life of these particular assets, the Navy's made some changes to the internal surface of these tanks as well. So they were also experiencing internal corrosion at some locations. So you've now heard some testimony that they're applying some coatings on the internal surface to create a barrier to the environment so that internal corrosion will cease effectively. They're trying to separate the corrosive environment from the carbon steel on the internal surface. The external surface, there's no means by which to do that. So for the active corrosion that's occurring on the back side, yes, your statement is correct, that thinning is related to backside corrosion in areas where there's not co-located internal corrosion.
Thank you very much. Follow-on questions? So first, Ms. Gannon, you have anything?
Yes, Mr.
Hearings Officer Chang, it's I'll be asking the final.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Dr. Norfleet, all the corrosion protection mechanisms we're talking about, could those be applied if the Navy were to secondarily contain these tanks with tank within a tank design? Could they apply cathodic protection to the inside of the tank?
No, they could not.
Could they apply coatings to the inside and the outside of the interior of the tank?
Yes, they could apply coatings.
So by making some design modifications, they could enhance the performance of the corrosion protection methodologies that could be in use at the Red Hill.
Oh, absolutely. The biggest benefit to creating a tank within a tank is that you're creating a gap. You're creating an annular space so that you're keeping the environment on the outside of the outer shell and not in contact with the outside surface of the inner shell. So you're creating a large air gap. And what that allows you to do is it also creates an atmosphere where you can inspect both sides. So you can assess the external surface of the inner shell, and you can also assess the internal surface of the outer shell. And so you can make repairs, you can evaluate the condition of those tanks such that, as I said, there's no contact between the corrosive environment on the external surface with the external surface of the inner shell.
That's all I have. Hearings Officer Chang.
Thank you. Mr. McKay?
Yes, sir. Just a few. Dr. Norfleet, you mentioned the coatings. Mr. Chang asked whether there were coatings could have been applied to the backside of the tank upon construction. Are you aware of any field constructed tanks where coatings like that have been applied?
I'm not aware.
And then you heard testimony earlier from Commander Frame, and we talked a little bit about it on our initial conversation about the effect of water on the bottom of the tank. He indicated that fuel itself against the interior liner would protect the tank from corrosion. Do you agree with him that the fuel itself for the interior side corrosion would be a preventative, have a preventative effect?
So we typically see corrosion with the presence of water. So for those areas where you have water ingress, and as we discussed, you can have accumulation of water at the bottom of the tank, those would be an area of concern, as well as typically at the water line with the atmosphere. So likely in the upper dome, that would also be an area where you can have condensation and other things occur.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, so the fuel separates from water. Water's denser and stays below the fuel. So coating the bottom of the tank for either an AST or even Red Hill is meant to protect the bottom of the tank from the water that would be in contact with the bottom of the tank.
water and accumulated solids and other things.
And then where the fuel is placed on the interior of the tank, wherever that water line stops to the top of the fuel line, that itself would act as a preventator or some type of coating, for lack of scientific terms, to the barrel of the tank exposed to the fuel. You wouldn't expect corrosion where the fuel is in contact with it.
It may. I'm not sure.
Okay, but
depending on the product in the field, I just haven't looked into that.
But then the dome above the fuel line, the humidity, changes in temperature, whatever, would be more likely to corrode in the interior of the tank than where the fuel is.
Well, I think yes, likely. So the atmosphere above is an area of known areas of corrosion. But I would also say there's also an opportunity for corrosion to occur on the outside too, which we already discussed. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, no, I appreciate we're talking about the interior of the tank. But concerning the outside, your report indicated that where the concrete is in intimate contact with the steel or remained that way from its construction, you wouldn't expect corrosion, right? That concrete and the film between the steel and the concrete, where it remains, would also prevent corrosion?
So it's dependent upon the pH level at that interface. So we haven't discussed it a whole lot, but there's been, as part of the Tank 14 coupon analysis and destructive testing, there was some analysis that was conducted on the concrete as well. And so they basically shaved off a little bit of the concrete and measured pH. And at some of those locations, the pH was low or lower than what you would expect for poured concrete. And the way that steel behaves and corrodes is that you can actually protect the steel so long as that pH remains above 10 or 11 in the pH range. But once you start to drop below or into that range, there's what's known as a passive film on that carbon steel. That begins to break down, which then allows you to start corroding. So as long as that specific location of concrete that is in contact with the steel retains a pH that's above a 10 or 11, then you would passivate the steel. But there have also been indicators showing the presence of chlorides. Chlorides also have an influence on that passive film. In the presence of chlorides, you can actually break down that passive film and in turn cause corrosion as well. So, Mr. McKay, to answer your question, it's kind of a complicated scenario, right? There's a lot of variables at play that can all generate corrosion, even if it's in contact with concrete.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Frankel.
Thank you. The hearings officer asked you a little bit about the ABS report. What is the, and I know you have some quibbles with whether the report is conservative enough, but how would you evaluate the overall quality of that report?
Yeah, so ABS utilized industry accepted standards and methodologies that's used in the nuclear industry. So in all, it's a well-founded methodology, a sound report. But as you mentioned, yeah, there are some concerns that we have with respect to some of the areas of non-conservatism.
And have you come across any reports that quantify risk differently than the ABS report did for this facility?
No, I haven't.
Okay. You heard much, but not all the testimony so far in this contested case hearing. Did you hear anything from any of the Navy's witnesses that provided more assurances to you that there won't be any releases, that they're taking sufficient protective measures that ensure that there won't be any more releases into the groundwater?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Page.
No questions.
All right. I believe we are concluded, right? No one else has any questions for Dr. Norfie? Dr. Norfie, thank you very much for sticking with us through this all this time. Appreciate your information.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Let's go off the record and take a midday break. Quarter to 1. We'll resume at 1:30, 1:45.
1:30.
I'm going to defer to Marnie on how long she needs. She'll be cross-examining Dr. DeNovio.
Yeah, thank you. I don't expect it's going to take that long. Personally, I'd rather go with 1:45. And I'll try to keep my cross-examination short so we can possibly all get out of here by 4.
All right.
Maybe?
All right. Why don't we?
Which is not 4:30 for Marnie, so she has an extra incentive.
That's true.
Okay. All right. We will reconvene at 1:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
they have to stand very far away from a witness.
Yeah.
Like you can't walk towards them at all, and you can't walk around.
Yeah.
And even if you could stay seated, it's better. Because, you know, it's such a funny thing.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but you just brought it wrong. It's like, oh yeah, if he was like pacing around the courtroom, I'd be like, whoa, dude, calm down.
Everybody would, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
or if he
And
should,
he's like 6'7",
and like
I'd be
300 pounds, and like
yeah,
he's enormous. He's huge.
yeah, absolutely.
We had a big joke when we first merged with Bingham and Morgan Lewis. The San Francisco Morgan Lewis used to have like 5 men over 6'7". Like there was this huge number of enormous men. And so like how you know how the height average came down and we had Bingham. Somehow, like, it wasn't there were no big men who kind of had this. Like, damn, we used to have this great big background. Giants. We were giants among men, and now we're not. We got to get folks in the short.
Yep.
That's funny. I like
Hello. Are you on video?
I am on video, but I think.
Hearing Officer Chang, we're just having a couple of technical issues. Just if you can give us a few minutes.
Okay, no worries. Let us know when you're ready.
I can't hear it.
Did you say you couldn't hear?
I couldn't hear you, but did you hear that we were having some technical problems?
I did.
Okay.
I did. Just let us know when you're ready to go. Well, we have a moment. Mr. McKay, I don't know if you are aware or if you were using what's called speaker view. You know, when you're conducting the exam, if you wanted to have a bigger image of the witness speaking, you can put it on speaker view and it'll show just you when you're questioning and the witness when they're answering.
Yeah, I lost it. You're talking about when I was asking Mr. or Dr. Norfleet questions. He fell off my screen completely on the right, so I didn't have the feature. I didn't realize when I pulled up the document it all shifted to the right.
So up on the top corner, right corner, there's a gallery view and speaker view. You can just change it to speaker view, and it'll show you in a bigger frame the person who's speaking, and it'll go back and forth to whoever's speaking.
Is that how you view this? Do you?
Well, I go on speaker view when there's testimony, so that for purposes of the live stream, then people are looking at a panel of 19 small frames. They can at least have a better view of the person asking the question and the person answering, and then go back to gallery view when we're like a moment here when we're checking in with everyone. So it's, you have that flexibility.
I try to keep off speaker view myself to avoid the shine off my head on the lights.
I have the same problem. So that's why front lighting is an advantage.
Yeah, I need a selfie light, right?
Or an avatar. Maybe we all should have a nice avatar. So looks like Dr. DeNovio has gone offline and we'll try to check back in. Oh no, she's here, but I think they're still working on it. So what's the verdict so far with using Zoom? You think we will abandon it when we're all free to go about our normal ways? Or is this the way we're going to do our business?
I'm afraid that the DOD might gravitate towards it just on cost savings. I mean, the travel costs alone that we were spending before it.
Yeah.
And that there'll be a push to use at least some of this media.
Yeah. I do miss the in-person connection though.
Have you done lots of mediation work and other things via Zoom?
Yes. And arbitrations and hearings like this are much better with Zoom. But mediations, I'm finding, especially where there are relationship issues, you really want to be present with the persons. It's a much more effective dynamic. So I'm finding myself preferring to be in person for mediations when there's high relationship issues. And then hearings, arbitrations and hearings, much more comfortable, with Zoom. But anyway.
So the
Yeah.
private room, that we haven't used yet. That's just a feature where you can, if you needed to speak to two parties, you can isolate who's in it and chat.
Right. So it's a good feature. You just need to be careful though to make sure,
Right.
People who need to be in that private room are the only ones in the private room. But it's a good feature.
The only feature I would add is that the mute button goes on automatically when you stop speaking. And that if it was automated when you spoke, although you'd have to activate something for that though, but it'd be checking whether you're on mute or not we've had some follies.
You can hold down the space bar and that'll unmute you temporarily as long as you're holding it down.
That's right.
Navigate throughout.
I needed that Friday at 1:51. Thank you, Marty.
Sure. I did take a number of depositions by telephone about 10 years ago, and Zoom would have been a vast improvement.
Yeah, managing documents on a telephone deposition is no fun.
If we could have actually a 5-minute break where it's taking us some time to figure this out.
Sure, no problem.
I apologize. We tested it and now something went wrong. I don't know what happened, but we'll come back.
Okay, we'll wait. So who's watching Super Bowl this weekend?
I'm a lifelong New Englander, so I have to. Oddly, I have to root for the Bucks on this one just to see potential history made. But otherwise he's a traitor.
Well, it's history on both sides. I mean, if Brady will certainly make history, but Mahomes will make history as well if he wins a second one.
Yeah, I think it's funny because Brady, he broke the mold of you're old and broken down, you leave, you go to another team, and you lose. Right? That's kind of the model. Is you think everybody thinks you should retire except you, and then you go to the team, and he actually succeeded. So, and the big debate in New England's always been, is it Brady or Belichick? So I just saw that Brady really got the upper hand on this one this year.
Yeah, sure seeming so. Quite impressive that he's 43 and performing at such a high level.
Yeah.
I remember when the O.J. Simpson days, they were talking about 34 being kind of the limit, but maybe that's for a running back. I don't know.
High school football is big here, isn't it?
Huge.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of like local televised, things at night, just clicking around, and they got a lot of high school games going.
Well, they're replaying because of the COVID. You don't have any
live.
So they're going back in history, and so how much interest is there to see a 20-year-old high school game?
Right.
But hey, I guess when there's nothing else, you do that.
Kimo, what's your cat's name? He's not there today.
She has not made a formal appearance yet, as far as I know.
She did the other day.
Yeah.
It's Mango.
Mango.
Cool.
So are those of you who traveled here gonna be staying the weekend, or are you gonna go home and we can do our sessions on Zoom from your comfort of your home? I guess it's John and Ella and David probably, right? Are the ones who have traveled?
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna end up staying. I haven't seen much of Hawaii, so I'm going to take the opportunity this weekend to see more than this building and a small hotel room.
You should get in the water.
Yeah.
You're
No,
gonna
I'll be staying. Yeah.
You're
Sorry.
gonna enjoy the water. Karen, you're in Hawaii?
Yeah, I am. Yes, I'll be staying also.
Oh, good.
When I go back to California, I got to be on lockdown. I might as well stay here. I can at least go out to the house.
Mm. Well, you can get your plate lunch and jump into local culture.
Apparently, I need a new shirt.
You do. Karen's with it though, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we have this thing called Aloha Friday. We used to, where traditional Monday through Thursday was going to be, business dress, but Fridays was supposed to be everybody could wear aloha wear, but that's changed to the point where aloha wear is considered business wear.
Yeah, that's great.
We don't talk about Aloha Fridays much anymore.
Can you hear us now?
Can, nice and clear.
So it may appear that Nicole DeGenovio is David Norfleet. She is not.
Okay.
Just all agree with that on the record that this is actually not David Norfleet. We can move forward.
We can put a stipulation to that effect.
Nothing like having the biggest problem right at the end of the day on Friday.
Oh, even that took just only a few minutes. So we've been actually quite fortunate. We haven't lost anyone on screen and that kind of stuff that much. All right.
We decided to move on the oral arguments to Monday. I am also spending the weekend here, which I am now appreciative of.
Absolutely. I'm glad to hear that. You do need to get out and enjoy. You guys have been working very, very hard. Okay, shall we start? All right, on the record, please. The Board of Water Supply is calling Dr. DeNovio.
We are.
All right, and Ms. DeNovio, may I ask you to take your oath at this time, and then councils will ask you questions.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Dr. DeNovio. Can you please state your name and describe your background and experience for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Nicole DeNovio. I am a principal and practice leader with Golder Associates, as well as a leader of its water practice area.
And your educational background?
I have 3 degrees, including a doctorate in civil engineering. I'm a licensed geologist and hydrogeologist in the state of Washington.
And did you have any support in preparing your testimony that you have given in writing in this proceedings?
Yeah, I have. My testimony includes information provided by the Board of Water Supply and was prepared with the support of Golder employees, including 3 other doctoral degreed professionals and 3 other experienced professionals with either direct Oahu experience or applicable subject matter expertise. And my testimony also includes information on the releases from Dr. Norfleet's testimony that was provided earlier.
Thank you. Can you please provide a summary of your written testimony that you presented in this proceedings?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. During the last 5 years, the sole source aquifer near the facility provides more than 30% of the water supply for the Board of Water Supply customers. And the sole source aquifer provides 77% of all of the Board of Water Supply's water. As we have discussed in my testimony, there are a number of findings associated with this. There have been impacts to the sole source aquifer resulting from the episodic releases from the facility. The data shows that at least some of the released fuel has traveled through the subsurface environment, resulting in migration of fuel constituents to the sole source aquifer. The subsurface environment surrounding the USTs is very heterogeneous, and there appears to be numerous pathways for fuel constituents to reach the sole source aquifer. It's not so complicated, though, that site characterization can't be improved. The monitoring well network, as described in my testimony, is unable to identify the extent of the fuel and the fuel constituents present in the subsurface. And at this point, we can't determine where the fuel has or will go. Well, we do see that there's natural attenuation occurring, and the Navy has not used conservative rates for those fuel constituents released to groundwater. And so we have an incomplete degradation observed. So we need to think through those conservative rates more carefully. Also, the Navy has noted that there's a significant holding capacity and that chronic release rates are addressed by this holding capacity of the rocks, and the rocks will act like a sponge. But that's inconsistent with the testimony that we've seen this week. And so further evaluation of the holding capacity is directly related to the geological framework model and is a basis of those Navy calculations. But we haven't been able to properly evaluate the geologic model and the details of that geologic model sufficiently to confirm that the holding capacity is appropriate. We see the holding capacity exceeded by the very evidence of fuel constituents in the subsurface. The holding capacity and the natural source stone depletion and the monitored natural attenuation that we've talked about this week isn't infinitely available to address those contaminant releases. And we need to consider that in our understanding of the protection of the environment. It's my opinion that the foundational data is not sufficient to verify this conceptual site model that the Navy's put forward. And that's led to a lot of uncertainty and understanding of that subsurface with respect to the contaminant migration and the potential for future migration. And so this combination of things is what's addressed in my written testimony.
Thank you, Dr. DeNovio. And there's been some discussions this week about sort of the overall complexity of this subject matter. Would it be possible for you to talk through sort of some of the definition of the terms that are used and the basic concepts that inform your testimony and your conclusions?
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think there's a exhibit with that was provided in as a reference to my testimony. It's a U.S. Geological Survey, basically a hydrogeology primer for the Oahu area.
Okay, we can pull that up. It's exhibit 394. One moment.
Okay.
Is this the document you're referencing?
Yeah,
Dr. DeNovio?
I am. Thank you. So, Hearing Officer Chang, one of the things that we've talked about a lot this week is just trying to understand what groundwater is in Hawaii and what it means and where it comes from. And so I just wanted to point you in the direction of this exhibit. It was prepared as just a few page primer. And in that capacity, it's helpful. We're going to go down to a figure that's a few pages down that I just wanted to walk through a couple of concepts with. So in this image.
And for the record, this is on page, what page is this on? It's on page 5 of the PDF.
So we've talked a lot about different components of the hydrologic system. And so I just wanted to go through a few of the concepts. So we've talked certainly about a lot of the things at the surface and where water goes. So in this image, the green is basically ground surface. And when we're talking about the Red Hill facility, it would be located, partway down slope. So approximately over the area marked with the F in the middle of the figure. The solid blue line, is what's called the water table. And that water table, as we've discussed, is about 100 feet below the USTs that are part of the Red Hill facility. The space between ground surface and the blue line is the unsaturated zone, or the vadose zone, and that's where the tanks sit. So it's in that area. In some of the discussion that we've had, we've talked about perched water, and so that little area, marked with the F, is where water may be saturating or mostly saturating a lens that is of a different permeability where water is sitting. Most of our discussion related to the sole source aquifer is below the water table, so at and below the blue line. When we talk about LNAPLs, as they enter the environment and approach the aquifer, they prefer as light aqueous, non-aqueous phase liquids. They like to sit at that interface, as we've discussed. And then the main portion of the groundwater body is what's marked here as the fresh water, which is the blue to the pink. And that in this figure is equivalent to the basal aquifer or the sole source aquifer. Both Halava shaft and the Red Hill shaft are similar to the shaft here, which is shown as letter D. It's kind of a gray line right at the water table. And as we've discussed, water intakes through these facilities are actually through a long tunnel, basically constructed at or near the water table. And so the tunnel, so if you move to the left of the gray line, that tunnel is sitting close to the water table, and it's collecting water over the entire length. The shafts that we've been discussing, both Red Hill shaft and Halava shaft, are about 1,000 feet long. So one is a little shorter than the other. And they sit right at the water table, and then they pump at the end. So I just wanted to go through a couple of those things because we'll be talking a lot about what's in the subsurface, and I wanted to make sure that we had discussed what was the unsaturated zone versus what the saturated zone is. One of the other questions that has been asked is, like, what do the rocks look like? And there's a nice image in this primer.
And for the record, we are looking at page 2 of the PDF.
So in this image, and this isn't exactly the same as Red Hill because the rocks aren't red, where at Red Hill, a number of these beds are red beds. But if I can just quickly go through some of these units. So as we look at the sequence of rocks where Red Hill has been installed and then below, this image could be analogous. So the areas marked with the A are those clinker zones that we've talked about that are the relatively high permeability. So if we could point those out. And then there's the core or central massive areas to the offlows, which are marked here by B. And I'll point out that those have some vertical fractures through them that you can see. This is weathered. This is a exposed face, so it will be a little bit different than what we see in the subsurface. And then the Pohoihoi flows, which are marked here as C, most of the time are relatively thin. most of the permeability is in the plane of the flow, but you do see that there are some fractures that connect one to another. So I just wanted to go through a couple of those because there are different things that we've been talking about and point you in the direction of this couple-page document that the USGS had put together. The one other question that's come up that I wanted to address was you had asked where the Site J well was and where the Board of Water Supply wells are located. So we have a map.
And this is exhibit number B355.
Yep. So exhibit B355. This has a number of proposed monitoring wells around Red Hill facility, and you'll see we've talked about monitoring well 1R, which is the replacement for 1.
I apologize. Could I get a page number for that figure, please?
It's page number BWS or B039212.
Yep.
17 of 82.
Thank you.
So if we look at this image and you see the R, the first R for RHMW01R, the first R in that sequence of letters, directly below it, there's an orange circle. That's one of the Board of Water Supply tanks. Site J is located at that site on that facility. Do you all see that orange area?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, down. And there you go. So it's to the, you see the R again and the orange dot. Can you point that out again? Okay. It's right to the south of the orange dot is where this well is located. Okay. If we zoom out, we can look at a number of the well locations. Okay. So this is missing the board's wells to the south. So we'll use another image from my testimony to show that. But you can see, yeah, we'll pull the Navy's Red Hill shaft is in this figure to the left where it is the green dot. And then I think if you zoom out, you'll see a Halava shaft. There you go. Up to the northwest corner of the figure. There are two additional water supply wells to the south of this figure, and I'll point those out as well in an image from my testimony. They're just right off of the freeway and not shown. Okay. I think that takes care of the various.
And you've heard a lot, Dr. DeNovio. There's been a lot of discussion, which I think is now being called the DeNovio chart.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it might be helpful, since that has been a focus of a lot of discussion, if maybe we just, to start off, to pull that up and let you walk through what that chart, how you put that together and what you were intending to show.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of funny that we've all ended up talking a lot about this because I put this figure together initially so that I understood the data in Dr. Norfleet's testimony. So the x-axis is time in years. I was trying to, understand kind of where things happened and where they didn't, and how much and when. So time is on the x-axis, so 1940 to 2020. The y-axis is fuel releases in gallons. Each of the different tanks that have had fuel releases are marked at the bottom. And so they're different colors. And then the size of the circle is the reported volume of the fuel release. And then there's a number of fuel releases in Dr. Norfleet's table and testimony that are of unknown volumes. And so those red dashed lines, vertical lines, mark the other fuel releases.
So to be clear, in your testimony, that what you're showing is each one of those red lines is also a release.
Yes.
That is on Dr. Norfleet's table that we had talked through. So
yes, that's right.
And then I also
let me point out there's a couple little tiny dots. If you go to 2010, there's a very, very tiny dot that's actually in 2012 that marks one of the very small releases. And there's another one in the 1970s. Actually, there's two. One is right mid 1970s or early 1970s, and the other is right before late 1960s. There are also those very, very small dots.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And are there any corrections or changes you would like to make to your written testimony?
Yes, there's 2 spots or 3 spots.
Okay. If we can pull up Dr. Vinogio's testimony, please. And this is in your initial testimony or in your,
that's right.
Your initial testimony. All right.
Okay.
And what page is the first change you would like to make?
It's on page 8.
Okay. I think it's 8 of the document.
Yeah, it's 8 of the document. And it's the 4th line down. And it finishes 4th line down. Sorry, 5th line down, where it says feet thick above mean sea level should be added.
So read the whole sentence as it should read.
This lens of fresh water is about a foot thick near the edge of the island and increases to a few tens of feet thick above mean sea level toward the uplands.
Thank you. And the next change?
I'm sorry, to a few tens of feet above mean sea level toward the uplands. So thick should be removed and it should be above mean sea level.
So again, you're saying it says
the top of this lens is near the edge of the island and increases to a few tens of feet above mean sea level toward the uplands.
Thank you. And the next change?
Yeah. This is a little bit more involved, so I want to pull up the original. Is on page 29. Okay. So for whatever reason, when this image was produced.
And we're discussing figure 2-2-8.
That's right. Yes. The legend is not provided with the figure. So I'll quickly go through and we can update this. So the lightest blue line that you can see to the left is tank 2. The orange line is tank 3. The gray line is tank 4. The light orange line that goes all the way up is tank 5. The medium blue line in color is tank 6. The green line is tank 7. And the dark blue line is tank 8. And the red dash line is fuel release, which represents the 2014 fuel release.
And we will submit a corrected version of this figure for all the parties. I understand that could be difficult to have transcribed with that direction, but we will submit a corrected version with the key on it.
Yeah. And then the next figure, the same thing happened.
And this is, for the record, figure 2-2-9.
Yes, that's right. So the blue line in this figure is SV05D. Orange line is SB07D. And the gray line is SB18D.
And again, we will submit a corrected version of that figure as well to all the parties and to you, Hearings Officer Chan. Is there any other corrections or revisions you need to make?
That's it. Everything that I know of.
Terrific. So thank you, and with, again, the understanding that we went over this morning that the written testimony is entered into the record, we will offer Dr. DeNovio for cross-examination.
All right.
All right. Dr. DeNovio, thank you for being here today, and thank you for testifying in this case. Have you ever testified or been deposed before?
I have testified during hearings associated with permit applications that impact groundwater.
And can you tell me what those permit applications were seeking a permit to do?
Yes, they were associated with surface mining operations.
Before the Board of Water Supply hired you to testify for this case, did you ever work on any projects that took place on the island of Oahu?
No, I did not. Not as in a very official capacity. My team works on the Del Monte site, which is a Superfund site here on the island of Oahu. And our team has also worked at the waste management landfill here on Oahu. And I've reviewed data and consulted on various topics associated with groundwater or transport associated with both of those sites, and helped with interpretation of colloidal bore scope data and such.
Okay. And you've worked on a number of projects that involve the movement of groundwater, correct?
That's right.
And a number of projects that involve the movement of contaminants, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And those contaminants include metals and chlorinated solvents and perfluorinated alkyl substances, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
There are others as well, though. I've worked on emerging contaminants, including contaminants like 1,4-dioxane, fuels associated with transportation projects, and a number of metals bound to colloids, so a little bit different than just standard dissolved metals transport.
Do perfluorinated alkyl substances biodegrade?
Not much, but somewhat. There's a wide variety of literature out there, and there's some interpretation that that's a very broad combination of contaminants, and some have a wide variety of understanding associated with the degradation of those compounds. So I think there's hundreds and hundreds of those compounds, so that's a really broad question.
Let's back up a step. Can you tell us what biodegradation is?
Yes, it's the transformation of contaminants in the subsurface associated with microbial activity. And it depends on the contaminant as to what the rate of that biodegradation is and the pathway of the biodegradation.
Can we, let's see, I guess I'll bring it up. We were just talking about a figure in your testimony, and I'm going to share my screen. Just real quick here. Okay, is it showing?
It is. Yeah.
All right. So I just wanted to ask you a question about that dotted line at the top. It says 50% vapor concentration from fuel saturated water. Can you explain to us what that is?
Yeah, so this is the concentration that I actually denoted this because right now the Navy is using this vapor concentration as an indicator of releases. So it's a PID reading. It's the vapor concentration based on those PID readings that the Navy is using as an indicator. And here we're looking at tank 5, and you can see where the PID reading went above the dashed line as an indicator of the tank 5 release. So that has become a reference then for the Red Hill facility on a release.
And when you say reference, what do you mean?
Meaning that this is, as I understand from the reports that I reviewed, this is what the Navy is currently using as a flag for to indicate potential releases in the soil vapor system.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to, as long as I'm still screen sharing, I'd like to look at page 12 of the document you submitted as your responsive testimony. And this figure shows where Red Hill is relative to the sub-aquifers that make up the sole source aquifer on the island. Is that correct?
Yes, it's an estimated location. Yep.
Okay. And it looks like it's pretty close to that dashed line in between two of these sub-aquifers, correct?
Let's just clarify that they're not sub-aquifers, they're subsystems of the same large aquifer.
Okay, that's fine. I apologize.
So
subsystems.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then I'm going to switch over to Exhibit B 379. And I'll go up to page 1 so we can see what this is. Are you familiar with this document?
I'm sorry, this is the USGS hunt document? I just want to double check that it's, or is this the?
This says USGS professional paper 1412-A at the bottom. It's kind of hard to read, I know.
Yeah, I just wanted to double check that it was what I thought it was.
All right, I'm going to switch over to page 33. Okay. Can you tell us what this map shows?
There are a number of different areas of groundwater flow for the island of Oahu that Hunt had identified. This is based on his interpretation and all of the previous interpretations that were compiled in this report. So there's a number of different sections that are shown here. The dark lines show the major groundwater flow systems, and the lines, the dashed lines show areas that have been described as less or more in communication or water management areas. The arrows show directions of large scale directions of groundwater flow. But those lines are, like I said, very, very large scale and don't necessarily represent like small scale or even intermediate scale flow directions. You can also see here the topographic divides that are here on the island. So you can see the East Oahu groundwater flow system is moving to the north or east on the island. The West Oahu groundwater flow system on the other side of a topographic divide discharges to the west of the island. And then you can see that there's, like I said, these very large groundwater flow systems that Hunt interprets and are consistent with our understanding of the basal aquifer, generally coinciding with the southern Oahu groundwater system. So.
Okay, thank you. Does this map tend to show that in the vicinity of Red Hill, which, if you'll recall, was on the dividing line between those two aquifers, or I'm sorry, systems surrounding Pearl Harbor and the one to the east of it, does this show that the general large-scale direction of groundwater flow in the vicinity of Red Hill is Maukatumakai?
I think that one could interpret that that is the case. I do think that when we look at considerably more detail of the groundwater flow directions that are relevant to the Red Hill facility and considering pumping rates and the general interpretation of groundwater flow at the facility, that is not a conclusive statement, although these large scale arrows do show those generalized directions of groundwater flow at a very large scale.
Okay. And you referred to localized water level and flow information, right? When you say localized, what can you give me a sense of the scale that we're talking about?
You know, in this case where we have an aquifer system that is as large as the basal aquifer is, large scale can be miles, localized scale can be miles. So I think that we just need to be careful about interpreting water resource flow direction versus a contaminant or facility specific flow direction.
Okay. So have you reviewed localized flow direction data as part of your work for this case?
I have reviewed what the Navy has produced and what the Department of Health, there's a document by Whittier that describes groundwater flow in the vicinity of Red Hill and over a larger area. toward Pearl Harbor and the interpretation of both Red Hill Shaft and Halavla Shaft. And there are a number of things that I'll point out, one of which is that the Navy has never produced, that I've seen, a basic set of groundwater contours. So interpretation of the groundwater elevation data from the groundwater monitoring reports has been very difficult. And I understand that there's been a number of corrections to those data that have not been published. The data that I reviewed from Department of Health and the USGS, they have produced a groundwater flow map and groundwater contours showing that groundwater flow from Red Hill facility is to the north-northwest.
Okay, and you mentioned pumping rates.
Right.
What pumping rate information have you reviewed?
I've, well, the Red Hill Shaft pumping rate information is redacted in the vast majority of the documents that I've had access to. There's some early data from the 1950s, and then the pumping rate data, the other pumping rate data that I've reviewed has been associated with the operation of Halavla Shaft.
Okay, have you reviewed, let's see, I believe it's, I'm going to bring up another document. Pardon me while I wait for a moment. This is Exhibit B361. I'm going to try to get to the first page of it. There we go. This is the groundwater flow model report. Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to try to find the top of this table. All right. Have you seen this table before? Table 3-1, which is on page 42 of the PDF?
Yes, I've looked at this one, and I've also looked at the board's 5-year pumping rates that were provided to me and were part of my supplemental testimony.
Okay. And you mentioned some information being redacted by the Navy. Does that correspond to these black boxes we see in the table?
Yes, but there's other, this isn't inclusive of the information that's redacted. There we go.
And I'm looking at page 43 now, the second half of table 3-1. And so that box at the bottom in the Red Hill Shaft SP1 row of the table, that's the other redaction that you're referring to?
Yeah, although when there are, when the various groundwater elevation tests and hydraulic tests have been completed, there are a number of different places in the documentation associated with what happens when one well or another or shaft is turned off. And all of those rates from the various tests have also been redacted for Red Hill Shaft.
For Red Hill Shaft?
That's right.
But not these other wells that are listed in the table?
That's right.
Thank you. All right. So you testified that you believe at least 178,000 gallons of fuel has been released from Red Hill since it began operations. Is that correct?
Yep, that's the total of the documented volume from the table that's included in my testimony. That's based on Dr. Norfleet's testimony.
Okay. Let's actually go to your testimony, because I'd like to talk to you about a couple things in that table, the bubble chart. Go to page 35 of your testimony where that chart is. So that's the bubble graph that we've been talking about. You have a table at the end of your testimony that has an entry for each of these bubbles and lines. Is that correct?
Yes.
Starts on page 59. I'll go there now. So this is the table, the record of known fuel release events at the Red Hill facility?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about it looks like 6 dotted lines, sort of generally between in the 2000 timeframe, between 1990 and 2010, there's these 6 red dotted lines. Do you see those?
I do.
Can you tell me, if we go back to that table at the end of your testimony, can you tell me which lines of the table those 6 dotted lines correspond to?
So I would need to, yeah, I would need to pull them both together and label them but they would be on this table within that time frame with unknown quantities.
Okay, maybe we can just go through real quick here. There's nothing in that time frame on the first page. On the next page, page 60 of the PDF, it looks like we have one on line 23, 1999, unknown. Is that one of the dotted lines?
I think that's the same time frame that you were referring to, but now I've got, a figure and data that I can't look at together.
Okay. You don't recall the details of this particular entry then, do you?
No, this is, like I said, directly from Dr. Nerfleet's testimony.
Okay, so you can't say whether any of these unknown releases that are marked with the red dotted lines in the bubble chart were releases to the environment?
That's right. These are releases associated with the releases that Dr. Nerfleet testified to. These are not necessarily releases to the environment. These are fuel releases noted from his testimony.
Okay, thank you. All right, so 178,000 gallons of fuel released from Red Hill since it began operating. Where do you think that fuel is right now?
Well, I think that there's a variety of places that it is, and it depends on which tank, which release, and our understanding of what's happened subsequently. There has been some that has been released to the environment. We see that as evidence in soil vapor, in groundwater impacts. We have seen that fuel released into and evidenced by cores that show fuel. So it is in a wide variety of places, and some of these releases I'm sure have stayed in or near tanks. So there's a wide variety of locations.
Okay, so we have some that was released into the environment and some not released into the environment, correct?
That's right.
Okay, and some ended up in the soil. We can tell that from soil vapor monitoring, correct?
That's right. And there's also evidence that Dr. Norfleet provided earlier that there were releases to soil, or I'm sorry, that was in Dr. Norfleet. That was someone earlier this week. I forget who that was.
Okay. And we have found some fuel constituents in the groundwater beneath the tanks, correct?
Yes, and in the monitoring rooms.
Okay. And there are some rock cores that show the presence of some fuel, correct?
That's right.
Do you believe that any of the fuel has migrated away from the Red Hill site?
I think that's relatively unknown, but I suspect, based on what we've seen in various indicators of monitored natural attenuation parameters, large scale migration of soil vapor, that while we may not have seen each drop of fuel constituent, that some of it has migrated outside of the immediate vicinity of Red Hill facility. The basal aquifer is very large, and so I cannot say that a molecule of fuel has not been released or been able to migrate beyond the immediate facility.
Do you have any evidence that any fuel has migrated beyond the edge of the facility?
I do not have direct evidence, but like I said, there's a wide variety of possibilities that a molecule of fuel could have migrated outside of the immediate vicinity of the facility.
Okay. Let's see, you mentioned natural attenuation. Can you tell us what that means?
So there's a number of different processes that when a contaminant enters groundwater, that it can slow down migration. It can attach to rocks, it can degrade either through biological processes or through interaction with other contaminants. So there's a wide variety of means by which natural attenuation occurs. And some compounds are not stable in the environment. So like radionuclides, which decay would be considered an attenuation process. So there are a number of different natural attenuation processes that occur for contaminants in the environment.
Can you tell us what those attenuation processes look like for petroleum-based fuel components?
Yeah, so as we discussed earlier, there's the primary one is through microbial degradation. And we also see attenuation occur for elm apples at the soil water interface or at the groundwater interface. So where those contaminants sit at the water table, as the water table goes up and down, those fuels can get trapped in the interstitial pores within the rock mass and then are not transported and are able to degrade more effectively.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to bring up another document. This is, let's see, this is going to be exhibit B352. And rather than switch through pages, I'm going to represent that it is the conceptual site model. And we are now looking at page 292 of the PDF, which is page 7-2 of the report. Have you reviewed the conceptual site model, Dr. Denovio?
I have read, I think, almost every word, but it's a long document and I have reviewed a number of rather long documents. So,
Okay, I understand. So have we. I would like to direct your attention to the second bullet towards the bottom of the page, starting with monitoring well RHMW02. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Could you read for me the first 1, 2, the first 2 sentences, and then we'll go from there. Thanks.
Okay. Monitoring well RHMW02 exhibits the highest concentrations of total dissolved phase fuel constituents among the facility monitoring wells. Parenthetical, approximately 1 to 2 milligrams per liter since 2005, end parenthetical. Many of these concentrations are in the form of polar compounds, often associated with the biodegradation of petroleum.
Okay, and then you'll see the line numbers along the left-hand side of the page. Could you go down to line 41 and read the sentence starting with the MNA?
The MNA sampling parameters indicate high levels of biodegradation occurring in the vicinity of this well, as key electron acceptors are depleted and high concentrations of dissolved methane are present, parenthetical, sometimes greater than 10 milligrams per liter, and parenthetical.
Okay, thank you. And do you recall reviewing this paragraph when you were going over the conceptual site model before?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to change the page to page 298 of the PDF. And I'd like to direct your attention to line 12. Could you read the first 2 sentences of that paragraph, please?
Yes.
I'm sorry, could you read the entire paragraph, starting with line 12?
It was concluded that impacts to groundwater from the jet fuel release seem to be localized in the area of RHMW02, and that natural attenuation is occurring at the site based on groundwater COPC and NAP concentrations at RHMW02, and to a lesser extent at RHMW01 and RHMW03. The available data suggests the presence of weathered LNAPL, i.e. pre-2005 release, sorry, that was in a parenthetical, in the immediate vicinity of RHMW02 or within the saturated zone upgrading of this well. The groundwater monitoring data indicate it is likely that the 2014 Tank 5 release did not impact groundwater, and impacts to groundwater are more likely attributable to historical releases.
Thank you. Do you have any reason to disagree with this?
So there's indications that soil vapor spread throughout numerous areas through the tank farm associated with the 2014 release, further than just in the vicinity of tank 5 and further than just MW02, having abbreviated that. So there's a number of things kind of going on there that I think that there's a possibility that through the vapor transport and then potential degradation, that we could see tank 5 releases that are also in groundwater and that are partially degraded. I don't think that the groundwater monitoring data is absolutely conclusive that none of the tank 5 molecules have reached groundwater.
Okay. Thanks. Can you tell me where the soil vapor monitoring probes are in relation to the groundwater?
Yes, they're beneath the tanks and they're within a few tens of feet of the base of the tanks. And so there are a number of locations. Some of the tanks have multiple horizontally drilled wells, and most of the tanks have one horizontally drilled well and 3 different intervals that are being monitored.
And can you tell me how far below the tanks the groundwater is located?
100 feet-ish, 100 to 130.
Okay. Thank you. I think we've been going about an hour. Would it be all right if we took a short break?
Yes. What time would you like?
Just 10 minutes, please.
All right. Let's reconvene in 10 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Novio.
We really are supposed to.
Yeah. They should, or.
Oh, we can hear you.
That's better.
It has to be.
Shall we, do we need to wait for Jeff?
No, we can start.
Okay, ready to go back on record. All right, let's go back on the record. Ms. Riddle?
Thank you. We don't have any more questions for Dr. Genovio right now, but thank you very much for coming and talking with us.
All right. Mr. Franco, is it your turn?
Chemo, you're on mute.
I figured that out. Okay, Dr. Genovio, what is the indirect evidence or logic that fuel constituents may have migrated beyond the confines of the Red Hill facility?
So the fuel within the surrounding and near the vicinity of Red Hill has been described as, released. We have evidence that it's been released to the environment, but it's been indeterminate as to where it's located. So one needs to, consider we haven't found it. So where could it possibly be? We understand that the basal aquifer is a very large body of water, and so there's an opportunity for considerable dilution. So knowing that all of these things are relevant, I think is important. We definitely see fuel constituents in the subsurface near the tank farm. And so those fuel constituents, eventually are migrating somewhere. Either they're going through additional biodegradation processes along their flow path, or there's some component that is not biodegrading and can be transported further. When we look at TPHD, we certainly see that there's more TPHD in this area of the basal aquifer in the monitoring network. So there's, the possibility that some of those indicators represent migration of fuel constituents, but it's a very inconclusive evidence at this point.
Okay. Can any expert say with certainty that fuel constituents have not migrated beyond the facility?
That any fuel constituent it's impossible that it's migrated beyond the facility? No, I don't think anyone can affirmatively state that.
Okay. So I believe you've testified that natural attenuation is not as great or as rapid as Mr. Curtis suggested. Is that fair? Am I understanding you correctly?
I would say that that's definitely associated with the concept of natural source zone depletion, and maybe not related to groundwater interpretation. I don't think Mr. Stanley provided any rate for monitored natural attenuation in groundwater. All of the rates that have been calculated that I'm aware of are associated with the vadose zone.
Okay, so I need to ask you a favor. Many of us became lawyers because we couldn't handle science. I don't understand what you just, how you answered. So so I thought that Mr. Curtis was saying, and maybe I'm lumping in a bunch of terms together, biodegradation, attenuation, as all the same thing. Are they different things or are they the same thing?
So it's more like flavors. Like biodegradation is a mechanism of attenuation. Natural source zone depletion is a mechanism that degrades the contaminants in the source zone. So when we're talking about a non-aqueous phase liquid source zone, we would generally characterize as the area where it's sourced, where it's released. And for Red Hill, that would be the unsaturated zone, right? Because we're the release area would be associated with the tanks or pipelines or. You still look confused.
Yeah, I am. So, I mean, I'd have to find your statement in your testimony, but I thought you, and so I don't know the precise language I'm supposed to be using. You disagreed with his interpretation of data regarding natural attenuation. Am I right about that?
Natural source zone depletion, yes. So there's a rate that was calculated based on carbon dioxide fluxes and temperature profiles. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yes. Maybe. Okay. Okay. So, boy, can you really simplify for me what the disagreement you have with Mr. Curtis regarding the rates?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a number of different ways to indirectly measure and interpret the amount of fuel that's being degraded based on these microbial processes. And the mechanisms or the approaches that the Navy used to do these measurements were chambers that are buried in soil at the land surface. They also used chambers that monitor the carbon dioxide over a particular amount of time in the tunnels. They just did that for one day in 2017, and then repeated it on the next day. And then the other way that they've tried to do these calculations is based on temperature profiles and estimates of the heat generated and converting heat into a amount of degraded contaminant, because the microbes create heat as they degrade these contaminants. So there's a number of different methods that have been used to interpret those. And it appears that the Navy prefers the calculations based on the very high rates associated with the tunnel, where there was such a wide variety of rates that were calculated, or carbon dioxide measurements based on the soil measurements, from 0 to actually a couple orders of magnitude less than what was calculated with the tunnel, that given such a wide variety of numbers and that we're still seeing evidence of biodegraded fuels after many of the releases decades ago, and with the Navy's interpretation that these are old releases, it's my interpretation that the release, that the lower estimates of what the natural source zone depletion rates are potentially more consistent actually with the Navy's data. So the way that I would interpret it is there's a wide variety of rates, and the Navy took a high, almost outlier value associated with 2 measurements and are trying to validate these other methods that are indirect. I took the other measurements that are more conservative and use those because they're also perfectly within the range that we see at other sites.
Okay.
So I chose not to take outlier data that was collected one time and just repeated from one day to the next, as opposed to taking data that was represented in a much larger spatial area and more points over a longer period of time.
I think I got the vast majority of that. Unfortunately, you threw in there natural source zone depletion once again, and what is that again? What is natural source? I don't understand what you're talking about there.
So it's the degradation of the fuel near the release points or near the main source areas.
I guess maybe the thing that's throwing me off is the word natural. So when you say, are you natural source, is a natural source the Red Hill tank?
No, it's still a biodegradation process.
So what's the zone?
If we were talking about groundwater or even in the unsaturated zone, it's the plume, right? It's the area that's contaminated, the contaminated zone.
Okay. I want to switch gears. And maybe this is related to that last question. Mr. Curtis suggested that there's no reason to think that the chronic release of approximately 5,000 gallons per year is a threat to groundwater. Is there a reason for concern from the chronic releases?
So chronic releases are particularly challenging for a number of reasons. As I think Mr. Stanley testified, there's a particular amount that you can continue to put fuel into the rock before you exceed the capacity of the rock to be able to hold that fuel. So in a chronic release scenario where you could have a very long release for a very long period of time, those pathways where flow is occurring, fuel is coming into the environment and it's getting redistributed, there's potentially a limit to how much that can be redistributed. And when that is happening over long periods of time, you end up with basically a saturated channel from your chronic release point to groundwater that would then preferentially release the fuel at those locations.
Go ahead.
So it's that kind of scenario that we would be concerned with a chronic release. The chronic release calculations that were published in the IRR report, which is BWS, I forget which number, 350 something, 3. Have chronic release rates of 2,300 gallons. So those are, and they felt like those could be attenuated, but the chronic release numbers that they used for fuel releases are quite a bit lower than the 5,000 gallons that you just mentioned.
Okay, so are there 3 different concerns? One is the quantity of the chronic release. A second is if we use that metaphor that Mr. Curtis was using of a sponge, the sponge not being able to hold anymore and therefore stuff continuing to flow down. And is the third that regardless of the sponge, there might be some, I guess you guys love this term, preferred pathway that somehow the water, whether the sponge is full or not, it sort of finds its way bloop, through some lava tube or whatever down into the water. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, so I think I understand that. Finally, so let's move away from the groundwater right beneath the Red Hill facility, which I know that Mr. Curtis wants to ignore that, and so let's ignore it for a second. Moving out to the Board of Water Supplies wells, are they safe from future releases of fuel from the Red Hill tanks?
You know, the mechanisms that have redistributed fuel in the subsurface and resulted in these indirect pieces of evidence that there is fuel and that it is reaching groundwater are inconclusive because we don't have very much of a monitoring network near these areas to have a good understanding of the direction, the rate of migration of the plume, the extent of potential contamination in the subsurface. And so that whole combination of uncertainties makes it very difficult to make a compelling argument that under all circumstances, the Board of Water Supply wells will be safe.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Page, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Are we at redirect?
If we could have 5 minutes.
Okay. We will take a 5-minute break. Hey, Becky. Hey, how you doing?
Lou, you're not on mute.
Hold on. Okay, we are awaiting Jim Page to join us.
I'm here.
All right, good. I think we're ready to resume, right? Are we missing anyone that needs to be here? Okay, let's go back on the record. Ms. Gannon, you're going to, or Mr. Brown?
No, it's me, Ms. Gannon. Just a couple of follow-up questions. Dr. DeNovio, are you concerned that the Navy has not found the fuel that's been released?
Yeah, it really limits their ability to verify their conceptual site model. All of the evidence that they're using to date to understand the distribution of fuel in the subsurface is inferential and indirect. And so that limits our ability to be confident in those interpretations.
And based on all the data that is available, all the data that you can look at and that has been presented in this proceedings, can you say with any level of certainty that the drinking water is going to remain safe?
You know, it's highly dependent on you know, all of the parameters that go into that question, the size of a release and all of that. But under all, you know, under the conditions of there's a possible release, and no, I don't think we have enough direct evidence that demonstrates that drinking water will stay safe under all of those conditions.
And are you concerned about impacts to groundwater generally?
Certainly. I mean, we have a sole source aquifer. We don't know how it will be used in the future. There's a reason why it is federally designated as a sole source aquifer. And so releases to a sole source aquifer, given those uncertainties about future conditions, are something that I think we all should be concerned about.
And you did make mention at one point about the density of the monitoring wells. Does the density of the monitoring wells impact your level of comfort or your level of concern with regard to this facility?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we really only have 2 wells within the tank farm footprint that are properly constructed to monitor. Those are tiny windows into the subsurface. Given that we don't know and can't verify the conceptual site model associated with the distribution of fuel, we don't know how those are located relative to the fuel distribution. And then we have a down gradient, you know, still close to the tank farm, are in RHMW1, and that wasn't properly constructed and has been identified for many years as not being properly constructed. So,
have you ever been involved in other sites where there was constituents of concern that was being monitored?
Yes.
And would you say that the density of the wells would be consistent with what you're seeing here at this site?
No, not even remotely.
And what are you seeing at other sites?
So at most sites, you know, a very important thing for us to do is to delineate the extent of contamination. So in this case, we have 1 point. We have a down gradient point and an up gradient point, but we have arguments in the record among professionals as to which way is up gradient and down gradient. And we also don't have anything cross gradient to delineate the extent of the constituents of concern here. And that's very unusual. Usually we would have, you know, a good understanding of cross and up and down gradient extent of contamination.
Again, that would influence your ability to predict the safety of the drinking wells?
Yeah, that's right. We don't know in a local manner where we have contaminated groundwater, which way it's going to move. We know at a much larger scale, potentially, but not at this local scale.
And are you aware if the regulatory agencies, the Department of Health and the EPA, have they expressed similar concerns that you've raised in your testimony here today and in your written testimony?
Yeah, there's a number of comments in the record from both DOH and EPA about the knowing where the groundwater flow directions are, the extent of the plume beneath Red Hill facility. And, you know, similarly, there have been evidence of leaks from like tank 16, where when the horizontal wells were drilled or borings were drilled underneath the tank, there was evidence of contaminated groundwater from those early investigations. It was perched water, but there's no direct evidence that we can monitor releases of fuel or fuel constituents from that area.
And again, referring to your work on other sites where there's been contamination, and I believe you said in your introduction that you worked on every continent except for Antarctica. So in your sort of vast experience, would you say that you have a high level of concern based upon the data that's available and the risk and the resources that are here?
You know, again, we have a federally designated sole source aquifer that requires us to think more clearly about what we can tolerate for contaminant release. From a long-term water resources perspective, yes, absolutely. When we talk about that, we don't know that there have been these releases, we don't know where the fuel is, that poses a risk because it could be collecting someplace, it could be in the groundwater system in some place that we haven't identified, or could be released to groundwater in the future at some place that we haven't identified due to a future release, like what we were talking about before, where there's only so much fuel that can be held in the rock before it starts to move.
That's what we heard Mr. Stanley, I believe, say that when he was saying that it had reached the, I'm sorry, first off, did you hear Mr. Stanley's testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you hear Mr. Stanley say that since there had been some constituents that had reached groundwater, that means that holding zone at some point had been exceeded?
Yes, that's right.
So there is a concern that would happen again in the future under potentially large releases or with this kind of chronic release full scenarios, correct?
That's right, yes.
And you said that in response to Mr. Frankel's question, you said that there was no absolute certainty that some of the constituents hadn't migrated off the site. I'd like to ask that in a different way. Do you think it's more likely or not that some constituents have migrated off the site?
I think it's more likely.
Thank you. That's all.
Ms. Riddle?
Yeah, we just have a couple more questions. Thank you. All right. I would like to share my screen again. Pardon me. You were discussing with Mr. Frankel the soil vapor monitoring study. I'm sorry, the study of natural source zone depletion that addressed carbon dioxide levels. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to bring up, I hope, a picture from Mr. Stanley's supplemental testimony. This is page 19 of the PDF, and we're looking at figure 6. Can you see that figure?
I can.
All right. So this, first of all, have you seen this figure before?
I have.
Okay. On the right-hand side of this graphic, it says, let's see, it's got a pink oval there, and it says, it's a little small font, but it says biodegradation zone. And then there's these 2 large purple arrows coming off of it, and these 2 thin purple arrows coming off of it. Do you see those?
I do.
And would you accept that those represent the flow of carbon dioxide?
You know, there's a wide variety of pathways that carbon dioxide can take in the subsurface. We certainly, you know, don't know And so his purple arrows seem to indicate to me that his interpretation is that there's more carbon dioxide flux to the tunnel system than through the rock and through the soil up to the surface. But we also saw a very large heterogeneity in the transport to the surface that would require flux that would be inconsistent with this interpretation. So I don't have it in front of me, but in my testimony is the distribution of the surface soil carbon dioxide flux measurements. And there's almost an the furthest away point had the largest carbon dioxide flux, which required the interpretation of a preferential zone to allow that carbon dioxide flux. If that preferential zone exists, it would indicate that potentially, there's other pathways other than just the tunnel system that could create significant or variable carbon dioxide flux. I also think that, in my opinion, having one measurement interval for the tunnel carbon dioxide flux, which is what was used for these calculations. It was a measurement on one day and then repeated on the next day without having repeated that measurement through time, seasons, temperatures, operation of the tunnel system. I think that there's a lot of uncertainty here.
Okay. I'm honestly just trying to make sure we're all on the same page after the discussion you had earlier, because I got a little bit confused about which measurements we were talking about. So I thank you for that. And I want to just point out for the record that there's a sort of a thin sort of gray line that's approximately horizontal, but at a slight angle. It's got a couple of red dots on it. And that represents the tunnel under the tanks, right?
I believe so. It's not clear in this figure.
Okay.
Exactly. It's not well labeled here.
Got it.
The vertical lines are the tanks, and the horizontal line there is intended to be the lower tunnel, and there's another line that's intended to be the upper tunnel. But yeah.
Okay.
That's how I understand this figure.
Got it. And you said that the detection of carbon dioxide about 1,000 feet away from tank 5 would imply that there was some kind of preferential pathway in the rock that would lead to that result, correct?
That's right.
And you've also testified that you think it's possible that preferential pathways through the rock exist at the Red Hill facility that would allow for the movement of fuel, correct?
That's right.
Thank you. All right, and I'd like to switch over to Exhibit B 352. And this is the conceptual site model document again. This is page 298 of the PDF. It's page 7-8 of the document. And this is titled section 7.3, natural attenuation. Have you read this section of the conceptual site model?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I'm going to scroll down to, let's see, what have we got? There's a subsection here, 7.3.1.4, titled Measuring NSZD at the Facility. And the first subheading there says soil vapor study. And the second one, sorry, I'm going to keep scrolling, down on page 7-12 or PDF page 302, says carbon trap study. And is that the study that we were just discussing and that you discussed earlier with Mr. Frankel?
Yes, that's right. So these are the carbon traps that are shown at the surface in this section, I believe.
Okay. And then below that, on the next page of the document, there's a section that says NSZD rate based on tunnel carbon dioxide flux.
That's right.
Okay. Have you reviewed this section of the document?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to bring up Mr. Stanley's supplemental testimony again, and I'd like to go to page 9. Here we go. Expand this slightly. This is figure 3. Have you seen this map before?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us what the different colors represent?
Yes.
On this, I'm sorry, the colors of the small circles on this map.
Yes. So the blue, the monitoring wells that are described by the Navy as perimeter wells are shown here in blue. The wells in the monitoring wells near the tank farm are shown in yellow and orange. The colors here represent the detectable contaminants of potential concern at concentrations above EALs or environmental action levels.
I'm sorry, which color represents concentrations above the EALs?
The orange.
Okay, and there's one well on this map that shows that concentration, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then what does the yellow color represent?
Those are concentrations below the EALs.
Okay, and the dark blue color, what does that represent?
Wells typically exhibiting no detectable COPCs.
Okay, and
I'm sorry, is there a question?
just a moment. Thank you. You were testifying earlier about a Site J well. Is that
yes.
Correct? All right. And I see the sort of faint orange. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so we can make sure we find it. This orangish pinkish circle under RHMW 01.
Yes, that's right.
And you were saying that BWS has a monitoring well that's in that general area, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And have contaminants of potential concern or COPCs been detected in that well?
No, they have not. It's very analogous to the perimeter monitoring wells.
Okay. And is it your belief, you were speaking with Ms. Gannon earlier about how you believe it's more likely than not that fuel constituents have moved off of the site farm, correct?
That's right.
And can you tell me in which direction on this map those constituents, you believe those constituents have moved?
So in reviewing the dissolved oxygen concentrations in the subsurface, it appears that there's potentially an indication of the orientation of what may be the groundwater plume area, for lack of a better word.
And I'm sorry, when you say a subsurface oxygen area, are you talking about below the tanks where the soil vapor monitoring probes are?
No, it's the dissolved oxygen in groundwater.
In groundwater, okay.
Groundwater. So in looking at the distribution of those dissolved oxygen concentrations in groundwater, there's an area of depletion, which is indicative of natural attenuation processes in groundwater. And it appears that depleted area, meaning that the oxygen's been consumed through biodegradation processes.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
In here, do areas of depleted oxygen indicate specifically biodegradation of petroleum compounds, or do they indicate biodegradation of anything?
I think in this application, it would be the biodegradation of petroleum and petroleum-based constituents. But
what is it in other contexts?
So if it's a different contaminant, it could be a different biodegradation process that consumes oxygen.
Okay.
So meaning that if it's a chlorinated solvent site, it's going to have a different, what would be consumed through biodegradation would be different because it wouldn't be a petroleum-based compound, right? So I'm just differentiating that for this site, it's petroleum and petroleum-based constituents. So based on the interpretation of that map, it appears that groundwater flow and potential transport would go to the north-northwest under current pumping conditions and configurations.
To the north-northwest, okay. And so in the general direction of monitoring wells 7, 11, maybe 6, maybe 14, is that what you're
probably
saying?
not 14 based on the geology, but
okay. All right, but those other 3 are kind of in the direction of where you think this plume is headed?
If the so just to clarify again that this could be any constituent associated with fuel that would migrate off the facility. That does not necessarily, speak to the concentrations or whether these monitoring wells are properly situated to observe that. You do need to be careful about what the concentrations are and what detectable concentrations are. My comment was more simply that there are constituents in groundwater. They don't stay, groundwater moves and transport happens. It's the concentration at which that transport happens that is relevant here.
Okay, have you seen evidence that there is a plume of fuel constituents moving off the site, or just some oxygen level?
So I do not have direct evidence based on current monitoring data that a plume of fuel constituents is moving off site.
Okay. I think that's all we have for you for now. Again, thank you very much for your testimony.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Frankel.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Page.
No questions.
Okay. I have some questions for you, Doctor. Just going backwards in terms of things that you've been asked about. You had made a statement with some emphasis on the designation of the sole source aquifer, and I wanted you to explain that. Why did you say that it was particularly critical because we were dealing with a sole source aquifer?
Yeah, so a sole source aquifer is designated, federally because we know that there has been an evaluation and that there's no other viable water supply that can provide water to the population. And so for that reason, and because we don't know in future generations what the water demand is going to be, in my opinion, it's very important that we consider then how we treat that water source, because we know that there's not another viable freshwater source for that community. And so it changes the equation.
All right, and you also made the comment about there are only 2 wells that are properly constructed. I think you are referring to your testimony where you're describing, and I think you had a chart that showed the locations of those monitoring wells and where the screens were in terms of their relationship to the water table line. Is that what you're saying? Of all those monitoring wells, you feel that only 2 of them are properly located? The screens are properly located?
So that's within the tank farm footprint. So just to clarify, the other monitoring wells have been selected. They're perimeter monitoring wells. I'm talking about monitoring wells that are capable of appropriately providing information as to the fuel constituents that we see currently in the groundwater at the
Can you
facility.
identify those 2 wells you were referring to?
Yeah, it's Red Hill Monitoring Well 02 and 03.
Would you agree with the testimony we heard this morning from Mr. Kawata that the numbers of monitoring wells are insufficient, and that I think he said something in the order of 50 rather than what exists now, which is in the order of 25? Would you agree with that kind of a assessment?
I would. And a contaminated site that is of this scale, and with the number of potential release points being 18 tanks, and the heterogeneity of the subsurface, there's a very limited amount of information about where the fuel currently is in the subsurface. And so having sufficient numbers of wells where we have observed constituents that we feel like we have an extent, as you can see from the maps, right? We have 3 wells in basically a perfect line. So even if we include monitoring well 1 as a important data point, because there are so few data points, what we don't have is wells that allow us to form in that close vicinity of the tank farm, essentially what most hydrogeologists would like, which is a triangle. So we can use the groundwater elevations and properly calculate a direction of flow in that vicinity. And
did you hear the testimony about the concern about drilling more monitoring wells within the footprint or near the footprint had the countervailing consideration of creating preferential pathways for the movement of material?
I did. We're able to drill monitoring wells to monitor landfills that are unlined and lined, where we know that we have a very significant source of potential contaminants to groundwater. And we're able to successfully do that. The technology is available. I don't think that there's been any indication that monitoring well 2 or 3 has resulted in enhanced contamination to the sole source aquifer. So given that we have decades of experience, both at this site and multitudes of decades of experience at other contaminated sites, putting in proper monitoring wells, I don't think that it's unreasonable to put another subset of monitoring wells. I don't know that 20 is necessary within the tank farm footprint, but certainly more than 1 that is able to help us delineate that area.
Isn't that one of the topic areas of the AOC? Aren't they trying to work to determine what makes good sense?
And there are a number of comments in the AOC record from DOH and EPA associated with understanding groundwater flow directions, and knowing where those constituents move local to where we can monitor and know where they are. Seems to me that it's a gap in our understanding based on our current data.
Yeah, kind of a hypothetical question for you. If we assume that we could be successful in preventing any further fuel releases into the subsurface for a period of years, okay, what would you expect to see in the soil vapor monitoring wells, in the perimeter monitoring wells 5 years hence?
So based on some of the statistical analysis that I did and the lack of, if we assume no fuel releases, we should see declining concentrations, both in groundwater and soil vapor.
What would you see 10 years hence?
Similarly.
Would there be a time period when the potential negative effects of past releases would have been completely or relatively completely attenuated?
Yes, I mean, given that we don't know, where the fuel is currently distributed in the subsurface, it's hard to know exactly whether we have like a big pool that's slowly decaying at the edges or something that's more diffuse and spread out, and so it's decaying more uniformly. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, but the geology underneath, unless there's an area of perched condition and the fuel is sitting on top of that,
that's right.
Wouldn't you expect that any released material would be fairly diffusely distributed?
Yes, but there's a lot of good evidence that the rock isn't uniformly permeable in the subsurface, right? So that I think it's very reasonable that we have pooled source in some areas. The size of those pools, I don't know.
Okay, so that would be a concern, and we don't have information on it, but it's a concern.
It's the concern, but certainly if there's no releases, and there's no driving force to create a new transport of the fuels that are there. They're going through biodegradation processes, natural source zone depletion processes. I would not expect to see increases in groundwater concentrations.
I was asking you, with the hypothetical, to try to get a sense of if we could keep the subsurface clean of further releases, could we reach a point where we could consider the subsurface effectively clean?
Yeah, I believe that, and that's certainly what we see. Yeah.
And then how long of a period would it take for that to reach that kind of?
Yeah, given what we see now, we're looking at, I would need to go back to the statistics on what the rates are for declines in concentrations, but we don't think we have much groundwater that's above EALs. So if hypothetically we can keep all fuel releases from leaving the tanks and from the engineered structures, the sole source aquifer should be very clean I don't know what time period, but given the current concentrations, I wouldn't expect it to be hundreds of years. I would think we're in the orders of decades where we're like nothing's above an EAL.
I'm not understanding the quarters or decades, 10 or 20 years.
Yeah, like in decades, not hundreds of years. Like we're not talking generations, we're talking our generation.
Okay, thank you. All right. If you could see my tablet of your testimony, I have all these tabs of questions. Many of them have been answered, I think, in the questions that have been asked of you. So I'll try to move through them fairly quickly. One of your conclusions, or one of your opinions stated in number 10 on page 4, is that you are of the opinion that the Navy's operation is not protective of human health and environment. So the question I wanted to ask you was, are you saying that there has been damage to human health?
No, I'm not. You know, human health and the environment is a
term of
phrase,
art.
right?
Term
Like
of art.
yeah. So,
okay.
And I use it in that manner.
And so you're similarly not saying that there has been damage to the environment.
So I would state that because we have a sole source aquifer and we have releases and contamination that are above levels that we think that we could drink the water, that would be considered damage to the environment.
So you're talking about the immediate area around the monitoring wells 2 and 3.
Yes, that's right.
All right. From your understanding as to what the Navy has done so far since 2014, which of their steps do you feel have resulted in improving the safe operation and function of the tank facility?
You know, most of the things that I would view as protective are associated with their engineering controls, and I am not qualified to speak to those.
The installation of the additional monitoring wells, wouldn't you feel that those are improvement?
They haven't used the opportunity from the 2014 release to verify their conceptual site model. And while I think that it's great to install monitoring wells in places that we're not expecting to see contamination, I don't know that they would only tell us if there was a release to the environment. So I don't think that that's improved the safety of the facility operation. Like, you have to already have a release to the environment. It already has to be out there for it, you know, so you already have an environmental impact at that point.
Ms. Gannon, would you be able to put on screen certain pages from the Golden Report?
Certainly. Would you like the original report or the supplemental testimony?
I'm looking at the one that's attached, the supplemental one, because that's the most current.
Okay, you can pull that up.
And I'm looking at page 9 of the Golden Report. Has charts showing the geology.
Is that the original testimony?
Yeah, that's my original testimony.
That's the original testimony. It's not the supplemental testimony. It's the most recent version of the original testimony with the date number.
No, it's the updated. It's attached to the updated testimony.
Right. I just meant there's two forms of testimony. There's the for her first testimony and then her second testimony. So it's the update of her first testimony.
Okay.
Right.
All right. It's called updated. Updated.
Yeah, right.
All right.
It's updated with the Bates numbers as well. So we will pull that up.
Okay. Thank you.
Wanted page what?
Page 9. That's it. That's it. And the colors are important, so I wanted to have that on the screen. Dr. DeNovio, I'm understanding this to be the geology under tank 1 and tank 18. Is that right?
No, it's not. So these are the geology encountered as they mined the tank itself. So the way that you can think about these are, they would wrap around the tank.
So if we superimposed the tank or the outline, the cavern that they carved out, where would it be on this chart?
From the top to the bottom.
If you wanted to, you can go to view options to activate some annotation tools, and you could take a pen and draw on this chart.
Okay.
And so if I'm understanding what you're saying this is the area immediately surrounding where those tanks were constructed.
That's right.
Okay. So if you could do that.
Yeah, so the tank, so this basically wraps around the outside of the tank. So the tank sits like this. Art, especially with a mouse, it's not my.
No, actually, it's not showing up because you don't have control of the screen.
Oh.
Now you've got control. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, if we were to draw our tank, this is terrible. So
Okay,
the top and the bottom.
It's a scheme plan. We've got.
Okay.
All right. So it's, say, I forget the dimension, the height dimension of that tank, 150 feet or something.
That's right. Yep.
So this chart is showing roughly 150, 175 feet of material of the geology. That's
right. All at the same footprint or, outline of the tank. The only information that we really have is that at the base, here and here, if I'm interpreting this one correctly, that the tank terminated, in this lava at the
point. Can you indicate where the termination point is? At the very, very bottom.
Yeah,
okay.
And then I think here it's. And I would need to double check 18, but I believe that the better image than this, but I believe that this one terminates here.
We know this geology because of the excavation information.
Yeah, that's right. So, right, because it was a excavation they could see all the way around. So there's a lot of geologic information that was able to be collected associated with the excavation of the tanks.
Okay, the colors on my copy are not as clean or clear as the colors that are on the screen. But the blue, let me ask you about the blue, which is the lava. And by your description, that type of lava is that what we would call basaltic rock?
So you would call all of this basaltic rock?
No, it's okay. I know it's all basalt, but there's a quarry right nearby the facility. Oh, okay, yeah, that quarries what we call blue rock.
Yes.
Right. Yep. So is the blue rock?
Yeah. So it's unweathered blue rock.
And it's very dense.
It is very dense.
Not very permeable.
That's right.
And okay. So that's the blue. And then the Pahoehoe similarly is that the sheet type of lava that your description says not generally fractured, and the flow would be parallel with that layer rather than vertical.
That's right. Yes.
Okay, so to my thinking, those kinds of geological layers would be more protective and would serve more of a barrier to the flow of a contaminant above, right?
Yeah, that's right. So the thing to think about though is that they can also pool the contaminant. So if you were to say have a leak where we have Pahoehoe, for example, it may, because of those thin horizontal layers that I described, it may pool it along those layers.
Okay, so let me call your attention to the very bottom. The very bottom shows at the very, very bottom, right?
That's right.
And just above it is a layer of clinker.
Yes.
So the clinker is very porous.
That's right.
And the is not.
That's
and
right.
You're saying it would be possible for a contaminant to sit on the top of the and be absorbed in the clinker material.
Right. So you can have a pathway, right, that you've in the Pahoehoe, you may have those horizontal layers that fill with fuel, and then have a vertical pathway through a fracture or a clinker bridge or one of these other features that create these pathways out of those layers.
Okay.
And it depends on whether you have an lava or a Pahoehoe and how that permeability is distributed. But for the most part, in the system, based on the data that I reviewed and the information that I have, the clinkers tend to act as the high speed or highways. It is a good way to think about it. And then these other pathways are, secondary and tertiary streets.
Okay, and I suppose as a scientist, you would not feel comfortable extrapolating what would be below the tanks, right?
Well, there's a lot of geologic information. I think Mr. Stanley described that geologic information that's been collected. The challenge that I would state is that I had a very hard time accessing that information. There are, well logs and some cross sections that are in the Navy's documents, but I did not have access to the Navy's detailed geological model to be able to understand the interpretation. And kind of the best way to think about it is how they connected the dots through space, right? We're not going to have lots of information at a huge density, but we do need to connect the dots in space with our best interpretation.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When I tried to take the information from the Navy's cross sections that were contained in the conceptual site modeling report, it looked like throughout much of the tank farm, the first unit beneath the tanks was Pahoehoe.
Okay, this next series of questions, I think I might be able to have you answer it, as a kind of a group response to shortcut things. I get an overall sense from your report that you feel that the Navy does not know enough to really allow us to confidently accept their conclusions, right? You don't feel there's enough data, and there's still too much that is unknown. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that there's an opportunity to verify their conceptual site model with direct data rather than indirect data. And
okay.
that would provide a lot more assurance that the calculations and interpretations about what will happen in the future.
But would the flip side of that also be true, that there's not enough data to really say the opposite of what the Navy is trying to say?
I'm not sure that I understand your question.
If the Navy is saying there's no problem, there's no damage to the water.
Yeah, that's right.
Because there's a lack of data, you're saying, no, you cannot accept that conclusion.
That's right.
Wouldn't you also say there's similar lack of data to be able to say there has been damage?
Again, I would go back to the sole source aquifer has observed contamination. So to me, regardless of the extent, because we have a sole source aquifer within that footprint where we know that there's damage or contamination, that would count as damage because of that designation as a sole source aquifer.
But is that, again, relying on the information regarding monitoring wells 2 and the 3? So you're really talking about a very limited area.
That's right.
Okay. Do you have an opinion? I've asked this of several of the witnesses. Do you have any opinion to the question of if a permit is issued to the Navy for 5 years to continue to operate the tank farm, that it should be conditioned on certain things, 1, 2, 3? Do you have an opinion on what those conditions should be? What should the Department of Health consider?
So, I think that those permit conditions are more appropriately answered by a facilities engineer. From my perspective, as it relates to groundwater, those conditions really include verifying their conceptual site model and being able to properly communicate the groundwater flow directions of the area that we at least already know is impacted.
Okay. Ms. Gannon, the next page, if possible, page 24 of the report, charts there.
How do I make it go away? I'm glad I have so much help with getting rid of markings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What tests show the condition prior to the 2014 release? What's the data set that shows that?
Oh, you mean in terms of the number of water quality samples here?
I guess I'm focusing on the bottom chart, number of fuel components detected.
Could you scroll down? Thank you. So this is, again, this was me really trying to understand. In Mr. Stanley's report, he spoke a lot about the number of samples And that gave us information because there were so many samples and so many analyses. And so for me, I needed to understand how those were distributed based on their reported fuel releases to have a better understanding of what that number of analyses meant. And so these two charts together were my attempt to understand that better. So the top chart speaks to the x-axis being time and our observed in the record fuel releases and the number of water quality samples. And then, so I wanted to understand, well, are we taking more samples when we know that there's a release? Are we not sampling when we know there's a release? And how that really gets distributed. And so when you look at the second chart, here we see that there are time periods where we have a lot more fuel components detected in groundwater. And when you look at both of these charts together, you can see there are some times where we have more fuel components detected than sort of the apparent number of samples that were taken. And then we have other times that those don't line up exactly the same. So the way that I understand this is that after or right at 2014, you see a low number on the year 2014 of number of samples taken compared to the year right before and right after. But it looks like the number of fuel constituents, fuel components that we saw in the groundwater were higher. So to me, that seems to provide some indication that there's more fuel constituents observed when there was an observed release. And then similarly, there's a couple of times where we see more fuel components detected than the apparent number of samples that were taken. And in Mr. Stanley's responsive testimony, I think he divided one by the other to normalize that rate, meaning he took the number of detections and divided by the number of samples. I think that's okay, but I wanted to get this level of granularity to understand the bias on both sets of information. When we see more fuel components, it's not uniform through time, as you can see, and the sampling frequency is also not uniform through time, but we do see some evidence that there are those release times where we see more fuel components than we might have expected based on the number of samples taken.
All right, so if I'm understanding then, looking at the top chart, until 1998, there were no water samples taken, right? That's why the line is flat. The red line is flat.
In the data set that I had access to in electronic format, yes.
Okay. So in that intervening period until 2014, there are available water quality samples.
That's right.
Okay, and in 2014, there was samples at a relatively high level, and those samples continued until 2018, 2019.
Yes.
Okay, and then moving to the bottom, the number of fuel components.
So
what are those components?
Oh, so those are all of the different fuel constituents, the COPCs.
The residual components that we've been talking about.
Right, that's right. Although the TPH constant
right
samples would also be included here. So it's those individual, like the naphthalenes and and such, but also the TPHD.
Now, when it says number of components, it doesn't it's not equivalent to the values detected. The EAL level is just the number of 3 TPHD elements plus all the other xylenes and stuff, right?
Yeah,
okay.
That's right.
Okay. And I guess I had a question of why, I think I understand why there's a peak at 2015, 2016, because that's related to the 2014 release, right? But I have a question of why the drop? What's happened?
So I know that, the 2020 data set will look a bit biased because we only had 2 quarters of data available.
Why the drop in that 2016, 17, 18, 19 timeframe?
In terms of the number of samples?
And the number of fuel component detected?
So based on this chart, I would suspect that there's a short period of time where we saw some increased evidence. And so if you use Mr. Stanley's testimony in conjunction with mine, there's a small peak of more fuel components observed after 2014 in that 15, 16 sort of range. And then as time goes by, we see less of those fuel components observed in groundwater.
No, and the question is why?
I think that there's probably a combination of reasons, Hearing Officer Chang. One, we only have a few very small windows into the area where the release occurred, right? As we discussed. So they may still be persistent, but we can't see them. And then we know there are these processes that we talked about, whether it's attenuation processes, where it took some time to redistribute the 2014 fuel in the subsurface, start allowing natural source zone depletion, more natural attenuation processes or biodegradation processes in groundwater, and dilution, right? We have all of those things all going on.
Would it be fair to conclude that the condition is getting healthier?
At monitoring well 2, based on the statistics I did, certainly indicates that, yes.
Thank you. Next question is going to be related to page 28, Ms. Gannon. And actually, it's more toward the top of the page. There's a statement at the end of the first paragraph. Thanks. Recent investigations indicate that El Napo, typically been observed on as a sheen on observed waters, is present in several monitoring wells at the site. I just wanted to find out which wells are being referenced and if we have a date of that information.
So if maybe someone here can look up what B339 is in terms of, I think that's the AMAC report or Ogden report from the early 2000s. But let me look.
Okay, we're almost done. So,
yeah.
Give you hope.
We'll find it.
So if you can go to the page ahead.
Well, so this is 339,
Okay.
which is the IRR. that we talked
Yeah,
about several times.
I think.
That's okay. I mean,
Find the pin.
Oh,
if you can't find that right off, it's all right.
So I believe that this is actually referencing back to the original drilling from the AMEC and Ogden report.
That time frame is quite a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And that's what the figure before, figure 2.2-6 was
Okay.
summarizing. So
All right. All right. Thank you. That addresses it. Thank you very much. Anyone have follow-on questions?
I just have one question. Dr. Denovio, we were just talking with Mr. Chang, and he had asked you about whether the converse of whether, what you basically do when there's uncertainty in the information. And I'd like to understand your conclusion again, the basis for concluding that in the face of such level of uncertainty, that you would make the conclusion that the Navy has not demonstrated that it's protective of the environment. Can you explain what leads you to make that conclusion?
yeah, I mean, we have documented releases of fuel. We don't know where they are. And we don't know about the potential pathways of that fuel to influence groundwater. And so given that we believe and there's evidence that fuel's been released, and we only have inferential information that is then providing the basis for our interpretations of what would happen under a catastrophic or even other chronic release scenarios. We don't have the information to be confident in what that outcome will be. And I don't think the Navy, it's really my opinion that the Navy hasn't been able to demonstrate that the hypothesized attenuation mechanisms like the holding capacity and the natural source zone depletion are going to be effective under either the chronic or catastrophic release scenarios.
And again, to be clear, so you believe that there is uncertainty related to the groundwater model?
We really haven't talked that much about the groundwater model, but there's certainly uncertainty, as evidenced by the fact that I think Mr. Stanley said there are 13 different groundwater models, and there's attempts to bound the uncertainty. And I would anticipate that there will be many groundwater models, but there's a lot of uncertainty and there's a lot of disagreement in the record on the basic flow and transport mechanisms for the site.
And is there uncertainty as about exactly like the pathways that which fuel could move through this system?
Yes, that's right.
And is there uncertainty again about the rate of natural depletion?
Yes, that's right.
And is there uncertainty about the holding capacity for the soils for releases?
Yes.
And is there uncertainty about where fuel that has been released has gone?
Yes.
Okay, so based upon all of that uncertainty, that's what you were referencing when you said your opinion was that you can't make that conclusion. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Okay. Mr. Frankel, any questions?
Yeah, just to make it easier for you, I want to share. I think this is the reference that Dr. Denovio was referring to, but I might be wrong about it. I'm going to bring up Exhibit B-9A. Can you see that on your screen? And I'm going to turn to PDF page 85. Is this the reference that you were, that quote came from, or is it from some other document?
I believe it's from B9, the AMAC 2002, and it looks like it was repeated in the IRR, but I'm not positive about the repeating. But yes, this looks like the correct quote as well. I noticed on these phase 1 and phase 2 site characterization reports that there were a number of places the same text was used.
Yeah, and so just going to the top, just to make sure we're on the same page, this is the report, whoops, prepared by, whoops, I went too far. AMAC, that you're referring to, right? Okay, I just want to make that clear.
Ms. Riddle, I think I skipped over you. My apologies.
That's all right. We just had, I think, one follow-up question to clarify about the same document and the same issue and the same question. Is it your understanding that the boring that they're referring to is a borehole for the soil vapor monitoring wells below the tanks?
No, actually, I believe it was from 16C, among other borings under the tanks. But I'm fairly confident that there was groundwater encountered at boring 16C, and that there was evidence of a sheen or concentration. But I would want to go back and check that reference, but that's what I recall.
Okay, is there a monitoring well 16C that is a groundwater monitoring well at the site?
No, it was converted. So I think as they were drilling, they ran into, like a pocket of perched water, which they sampled.
Okay, so this is not the same water that is accessed by monitoring wells 1, 2, and 3.
That's correct.
I think that's all we have for now. Thank you again very much.
Okay, anything, Mr. Page?
No questions.
Okay, anybody else have any questions for Dr. DeNovio? Dr. DeNovio, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay. At this point, Mr. Page, you had not indicated that you were going to be offering witnesses, but I wanted to check in with you. Is that still the case?
That's correct. As I also understand, there's no burden of proof associated with my client in this proceeding.
Okay. And at this point, have the other parties then presented all of the witnesses they feel they want to present? I'm gathering.
The Navy has, yes.
And the board has.
As has the Sierra Club.
All right. Just to note, I had earlier indicated that all of the written direct testimonies were going to be considered to be in the record. So that is the understanding at this point, as well as all of the exhibits that have been marked and identified. Even if we may not have talked about them, they are going to be considered in the record. I wanted to discuss with you a process and see if you'd like to expand and clarify things. Do you want an opportunity to present additional written information of any kind? I'm anticipating that you will have your closing arguments on Monday, orally presented. I'm anticipating that you will want an opportunity to present your written suggestions and arguments as to the findings of fact that are appropriate, the conclusions of law that are appropriate, and what the recommended decision should be. But would you like an opportunity to present any additional information relative to that? And if so, we need to sequence it so that people can have an opportunity to respond or react to it. And I'm hoping that we will have time, we will make opportunities to also have time to verbally discuss your respective submissions and the like. So I'm thinking at some point we should map out a schedule for this case. It will take some time for the transcripts to get to you. And so you have a sense of what kind of time frame you would need and like to have to submit your written findings, conclusions, etc.
So the board would like, I think I mentioned earlier this morning that we do plan on bringing a motion with regard to the documents that were not presented as a result of your December 30th order that we believe were relied on by Mr. Stanley. And we would like to we can set up a schedule for that. I don't have it off the top of my head. Maybe we can discuss that on Monday as well, or we could come with a proposal. I think we had earlier talked about a schedule for 45 days for our post-hearing briefs to be 45 days after the transcripts. And I'm still fine with that schedule if the other parties are, or we're certainly open to discussing that. But that was my understanding of what we were thinking, at least before the.
Okay, you can have time to ponder this as well, and then we can take it up again on Monday perhaps after the closing arguments. Just one other comment. On your written submissions, I am hoping that you will be clear as to what you think the appropriate findings of fact should be and what the appropriate conclusions of law should be. And in that connection, you will note in the portions that I included in the draft I sent to you, the discussion draft, that I tried to identify the witness that was the basis of the conclusion and or the exhibit, so that for the decision maker will have a roadmap of if she wanted to see the source information, she could readily get it. So I'm hoping you can provide that kind of helpful roadmap information. Okay. And again, we can work out the schedule and the sequencing and opportunities to reply and whatnot. But do let me know on Monday if you think that you need to supplement the record in any fashion, because I'm presuming there's no rebuttal. There's been no rebuttal witnesses and whatnot, but so okay, long week. Would you like for us to acknowledge that the hearings are concluded and we will resume again on Monday at 9? Please remember, I had sent out 2 messages with the link for Monday, and I sent out a second one that said revised. I had to reset up the Zoom after setting up the link for the live streaming. So that's why the first message was no longer relevant. So be careful that you're using the link on the revised link email. With that, have a good, restful, and hopefully some fun in the weekend, and we will see you on Monday.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you all. I appreciate the professionalism that you all have shown and the collegiality. I know this is a very, very important case, and to have that has been wonderful. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.